everybody. Emily's jamming to music. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our live stream on World Suicide Prevention Day with the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention's Illinois chapter. My name is Luma Bonilla Webster. I am the programs manager, and I'm the baby here. I just started. Actually, no, I'm almost a year in, right?
Almost.
And then I'll let Angela introduce herself.
Absolutely. Thanks, Luma. I'm Angela Cummings. I am the executive director for our AFSP Illinois chapter. I've been working with AFSP for 9 years. In fact, I just celebrated my 9-year work anniversary on Friday, I believe. So yeah, very happy to be doing this live stream today. As you all are probably aware, today is World Suicide Prevention Day. It is the kickoff of World Suicide Prevention, National Suicide Prevention Week. And actually, September has now become widely considered World Suicide Prevention Month. And so you can expect to see a lot of programming this month. We're out and about at a lot of different places doing presentations all over the Chicagoland area and throughout Illinois. And we just hope that you're able to tune in for part of the presentation today. We've got a lot going on. Obviously, it's 5 hours of programming. We don't expect everybody to sit still for 5 hours and watch. So Luma, maybe I'll pass it back to you and you can kind of give us a little bit of an agenda for the day so people kind of know what to expect. And just to make a note here that if you have to be away from your computer and you do miss one of the segments, all of this is being recorded and will be available on our YouTube channel. Being streamed there live right now, but of course will be available on the YouTube channel in perpetuity, I guess, until we ever decide to take it down. So if you happen to miss something or you want to share it later and invite somebody else to watch the presentation, the segment, absolutely, it'll live there. You can point people to that link and they'll be able to tune in and watch what they'd like to see. So having said that, Luma, why don't you give us a little bit about the agenda today?
Yeah, so there's a couple of really amazing things that we're going to be talking about. And you might have seen, if you've ever visited our website, these are some common themes and topics that we usually cover, but we wanted to provide some deep dives and a little bit more in-depth information about some of these programs. So for example, our flagship program, Talk Saves Lives, is one of the first segments. So we're going to do a deep dive and presentation into what that looks like, which kind of covers what the scope of the problem of suicide is. You'll learn about some of the research behind the suicide prevention that AFSP has done. You'll learn some tips and strategies for coping, mental health, having conversations. I mean, there's a plethora of information in there. So that's one of our first segments. We're also going to be doing a deep dive into our It's Real presentation. If you haven't heard about that one, it's usually presented to schools. We have a high school version, we have a middle school version. Today, we're going to do a deep dive, give you some information about what that looks like. And this is meant for students. While the Talk Saves Lives is meant for more of a general audience, the It's Real presentation is geared towards students. And of course, it's also back to school. If your kids aren't in school yet, I'm sure they will be soon. I know mine have been in. It's been a month already, and I can't believe it. But we're going to be doing a deep dive into It's Real programming. So if you're interested, if you wanted to bring either of these programs to your company, your schools, if you're a counselor, these are great presentations. And like I said, they're our flagship presentations. So we provide them a lot, and they're all free educational opportunities. Then we're going to cover one of our most successful campaigns to date. It's the Talk Away the Darkness PSA. It's what part of the reason why we called our live stream today, Talk Away the Darkness on World Suicide Prevention Day. So we're going to cover the video. If you haven't seen it, then this is going to be a great opportunity for you. We're going to talk about sort of the themes surrounding the messaging in the video itself. It's really short, but there's a plethora of information in there. It's so rich in and really articulating the concepts of what we talk about a lot in our suicide prevention work. So if you haven't seen it and you want to take a look at it, again, it's our most successful campaign. That'll be next. And then we're going to have, hopefully we can figure out how to make this work, because this is the first time we're going to do this. Or we're going to do a short break, but we're not going to be gone. We're going to do a really quick 5-minute meditation. We talk about it in our presentations. We talk about it in our work. It's a mental health strategy. So we're going to be doing a quick presentation. And then we're borrowing it from a special organization, and you'll see about that later. So hopefully if you tune in long enough, you'll be able to get that. And then we're finally going to give you a little bit more information about us, about our work, about what we do. We'll talk about our donation process, how you can donate if you so wish, and if you are able to. And then we'll answer any questions that we'll have after the follow-up segments. And then there's more. We're here till 5 o'clock, so we got a lot of information to cover. We're going to be talking about advocacy. What do we do at AFSP for advocacy at the state level, and how can you get involved? So we're going to do a deep dive into that, as well as 988. I believe, Angela, I don't know if you know better, but there was a poll that talked about the number of people, or a percentage of people who are yet unaware of the existence of 988. And it's kind of a disappointing number, because 988 does so much for us. So if you don't know about 988, or if you've heard about it but you don't know what it is, then you'll want to tap into that, because we'll give you some more information about all of those things. And then finally, this is so long. Next, after that, we'll do a deep dive and discussion into one of our most successful, our biggest walk for our chapter specifically, which is the Chicagoland Out of the Darkness Walk. So we'll give you some more information about that, when, where, how to sign up, or where to register yourself. Maybe we'll even cover how to start a team, where you can donate, where you can fundraise. So all of those different topics. Or if you just wanted to come and cheer on everybody, or learn more about what we do as an organization, why the walk is important, and you just want to join us and hang out, we'll give you that information as well. And then we'll end with our Seize the Awkward. That is a PSA campaign that we do with the JED Foundation and the Ad Council. We'll share 2 of the videos, or 2 of, I don't know, I think just because they were my favorite personally, but they're 2 great videos. They're geared more for youth, but it focuses on how to have a conversation, or ways that they can talk to each other. And they're really great. They're super short, but we're going to focus on 2 of them. And then we'll do a discussion on the themes surrounding them. We'll have expert panels for each of these segments. We'll have someone talking about them, giving us some more details. Feel free to put questions in there. If there was ever anything else that you wanted to, I don't know, if you had a general question about AFSP and you weren't sure who we even are, add them in the comments. We'll be keeping an eye on those. But yeah, so that's a deep dive into some of our segments. Again, we're going to be here from noon to 5 on World Suicide Prevention Day. As Angela said, it's worldwide, so you'll get information coming up from us at AFSP National. You'll have this, which is, like we said, is saved. We'll learn more about the Talk Away the Darkness campaign on our website, and that's going to be sort of the theme for our National Suicide Prevention Week, which is the United States, and it's coming up starting tomorrow. So lots and lots and lots and lots to cover. All right.
Yep. Absolutely. Well, our first thing that we're going to talk about coming up is, we're going to start this pretty shortly, is our Talk Saves Lives program. And I'm going to be presenting that to everyone today. It is our signature program. It's a good introduction to the topic, as Luma was saying. It'll be a slide presentation. You're welcome to watch it live with us. And as Luma was saying, we are monitoring the chat here. So absolutely feel free to throw some comments into the chat. We can post them as Luma's doing right now with the scrolling message there on the bottom. We can post comments, we can post questions. So absolutely, we want this to be interactive. So don't hesitate in any way to to put your comments, your questions. Like she's saying, let us know where you're joining from today. We are a statewide chapter, so hopefully people will be joining us from all over. Excited to meet you. Hope that you'll get a lot out of the day. So Luma, it's about 10 minutes after 12. It's up to you if you would like to wait a little longer, see if more people are going to join, or if you'd like to go ahead and tee up the Talk Saves Lives. I could almost certainly get started on that. And it's so rich with content. I think we could probably start it, and that would leave a lot of extra time for some questions at the end.
Yeah, I want to add one more thing
Sure.
before we move on, because I know that for a lot of, I just want a quick acknowledgement, because I know that today might be a very difficult day for some of our suicide loss survivors. We did have planned some content to kind of address what we can do for those who have had experienced a loss, and just kind of have a general discussion on the topic, which we weren't able to do, unfortunately. But I just want to say super quickly, I know I mentioned 988 earlier. We don't know what it is. We're going to have more of a deep dive later and an explanation into what it is, how it works, what we can do with it. But because today might be a difficult day for you, we just want to take a minute and acknowledge that. But also say that while we are happy to provide all of this information for you, presenting this through a live stream. I don't know how it gets more live than that, right? We won't have the capacity to help you if you are seriously experiencing suicidal ideation, if you need assistance. So I'm just going to do a plug-in right now that if you're looking for help, please call 988.
Mm-hmm.
As we said, they have tons of resources. They have more capacity, and they will be able to address any questions. And even if you're not experiencing suicidal ideation, even if you just want somebody to talk to, please call 988. Okay. I just wanted to plug that in. I don't know, Angela, if you want to add to that.
No, that's a really great thing to mention. The thing about this live stream is it does kind of make us a little disconnected from you. We can't, chat with you necessarily privately. So again, if you're feeling like you need to step away or you do need help, call that 988. And one thing I'll say about 988, you can text it as well, obviously, is that you don't have to be the person who is experiencing a crisis to call or text 988. If you're just worried about somebody, then you're absolutely welcome and encouraged to call 988. I think some people think that, they shouldn't call if they're not the person who might, be in crisis, but absolutely that's not the case at all. You should call or text 988 if you're even worried about somebody, or you're worried if something rises to the level of needing to be, addressed or confronted, or if you need to help someone get to help. So you don't have to answer those questions. That's a great thing. The people who could answer those phones and answer those texts at 988, they're trained. They're trained to help you. They're trained to help you connect with resources and get you or your friend or your family member the help that they need. So you don't have to be a mental health professional to make a big difference. And that's kind of the message that that's the message of Talk Saves Lives and basically everything we do. So
pretty much. We do have a question. Somebody's like, how many people are on here right now? I wish there were more. So I'm going to do another plug-in real quick too. If you are watching, please share the stream.
Sure.
Especially if you're watching on Facebook. Just click share it to your pages, share it to your friends. We want to promote this and get this out there to as many people as possible. Obviously, we don't want to gatekeep any of this information. And as I said earlier, a lot of this is already available. We're just doing a deep dive and making it more of a resource on our socials and our YouTube. So I wish there were more people watching, but this is a 5-hour stream. We're just getting started. Maybe some of y'all are just waking up. Maybe some of y'all are in church. I don't know. All good things, right? But please share. Okay. All right. So I think let's move on.
Sure.
We're going to start with our first program. So for today, that's a deep dive into Talk Saves Lives. If you haven't seen it before, this is kind of the theme of the branding. This is what it looks like. This is the logo for some of the presentations and information. So if you've seen it before, if you've seen advertisements for it or anything like that, this is what it looks like. So we're going to start off with a quick introductory video. And then after that, Angela will get started with her presentation.
Sounds great.
So let's go.
If you've been affected by suicide, you're not alone. Suicide is a leading cause of death that affects millions each year. In most cases, it happens when stressful life events overload the coping abilities of someone suffering from a mental health condition. And the most common condition associated with suicide is depression, an illness that goes undiagnosed or untreated far too often. But the research is clear. Suicide is preventable if we work together.
Okay, great. So are you sharing this presentation now, Luma? I just want to make sure we've got our AV kind of set up. Do you want me to advance these slides? Because I think you're sharing right now, so you would have to advance.
Okay, I can do it, and I will hide myself, and the stage is yours.
All right, great. Then I am here to talk to you about Talk Saves Lives. Okay, thank you, Luma. Yes, so if you happen to be watching this and you have your phone handy and you would like to scan this QR code, this is a pre-survey, and this is something that we implemented pretty recently with our Talk Saves Lives and other presentations. We decided that it would be very informative and worth our time to measure learning, right? We obviously want to get this information out there, but more important than that, we want it to actually engage people and lead to more knowledge and more comfort in talking about suicide prevention and mental health and actions that people can take. So again, if you do have a minute, then absolutely you can go ahead and scan this and take the pre-survey. Okay, having said that, we'll move on. And this is Talk Saves Lives, our introduction to suicide prevention. I'll just say really briefly here that I am actually a suicide loss survivor myself. I lost my grandfather to suicide about 30 years ago, and then we lost a very dear friend to suicide about 13 years ago. And so this has touched my life, twice already, and I feel very fortunate to be able to do this work because it's not just a job for me, it's actually my passion. And so I'm very happy to be here presenting this to you and hoping that some of these tips you can take away and use them in your own social circles and within your own family. So moving on, here are the learning objectives. So here's what we're hoping that people get out of a presentation of Talk Saves Lives. One, you'll be able to describe the scope of the problem of suicide. Who it affects, and what we can do about it. Explain key suicide research findings. Well, you may or may not know this, AFSP is the largest private funder of research into suicide and suicide prevention in the world. And so obviously research and science informs everything we do, and we want to share some of these key findings with you. Describing the suicide risk factors and warning signs. Obviously, we want you to walk away with understanding that there is a difference between a risk factor and a warning sign, what those two things are, how they differ, and how they both can play into helping someone who may or may not be entering a crisis moment. You demonstrate how to seek and offer support for yourself or others. Obviously, getting help, finding help, making your way to help, helping somebody else find help. These are all the proactive things we want to do once we kind of understand the issue, the risk factors, the warning signs, the scope of the problem. And then, of course, how to access these crisis resources. And so we hope you come away, obviously, with that. So I guess we can move on to the next slide here. And here's the presentation overview. As we said, this is the introduction. We're going to move right into the scope of the problem, the research, the prevention, and what you can do. Great. Okay, so I already kind of gave my introduction there. So suicide is a complex public health issue. And yet, despite its complexity, suicide can be prevented. Just like there are warning signs and risk factors for other health crises like cardiac arrest, we can learn the warning signs and risk factors that help us to prevent people from dying by suicide. As with other health issues, prevention can start early, far in advance of the problem, or prevention can occur closer to the time of the crisis. Time can be a critical and life-saving measure. Typically, a life can be saved if you allow time for the person's suicide risk to subside or to get through that period of intense distress and then to get to mental health help. To prevent suicide, we need to identify persons who may be suicidal, as well as take an active role in connecting them to help before they take an action to end their lives. So the next slide will talk to us a little bit about language, do's and don'ts. And this is because how we talk about suicide matters. We want to go over the terminology that's used when we talk about suicide. It's so important to model appropriate language so that we do not perpetuate the stigma of suicide or mental health conditions. We avoid using the phrase committed suicide as it can have a negative connotation. Instead, we encourage the phrases died by suicide, ended their life, or killed themselves. When talking about suicide and suicide attempts, we avoid referring to suicide attempts as failed or successful. I mean, not only is it unnecessary, these words imply judgment. Instead, we encourage the use of phrases such as suicide attempt, suicide, or death by suicide. Educating the public about suicide is critical for encouraging help seeking, raising awareness of risk in vulnerable populations, and advocating for new interventions and prevention strategies for those people who are at risk. When we talk about suicide safely and accurately, we can help reduce the likelihood of its occurrence. We want to change how society understands mental health and suicide because when we open up and connect, like this program says, talk saves lives. Okay, so those are the language rules. We're going to get right into the scope of the problem. It's a significant issue that affects individuals, families, and communities worldwide. And now that we understand how we talk about suicide, we're going to review just a few statistics related to suicide. Okay, suicide is a global problem, and according to the WHO, that's the World Health Organization, each year over 700,000 people die by suicide worldwide. That works out to a suicide every 40 seconds. And while this is the most accurate data that we have available right now, we estimate the numbers to be much higher because suicide is underreported in many countries, including our own, actually. So we estimate that to be a higher number. Let's see. In the United States, suicide rates are recorded by the CDC. That's the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. You've probably heard a lot about the CDC. If you hadn't before, you certainly did during COVID, right? Okay. So these numbers change every year, of course, and they fluctuate and they are a little bit delayed in coming out. So the most recent data we have right now from the CDC is from 2021. And that data does show that over 48,000 people died by suicide in that year, which makes it currently the 11th leading cause of death. So yes, and what we know to be true here is that for every death by suicide, it's estimated that 25 others attempt, and that equals well over 1 million Americans each year who do survive a suicide attempt. And that's really important to note because what we want to drive home here is that making a suicide attempt is not an indicator of your future ability to lead a healthy and happy life. In fact, a lot of people who do attempt suicide, it is their first connection with help. It's the first time they get connected with mental health resources or a mental health provider. And so obviously we want to prevent that attempt in any way that we can, but we just want to point out that, for every suicide, 24 others attempt. And that means that you can survive a suicide attempt and can go on to live a healthy and productive life. So just want to point that out. Okay. When you think about any loss, it impacts many people in the community, and suicide is absolutely no different. The loss affects family, friends, coworkers, neighbors, schools, faith communities. And it's estimated that 54% of Americans will experience a suicide loss or be touched by suicide in some way over the course of their lifetime. All of this just to say that this is definitely an issue that affects everyone. So we want to be sure that everybody is equipped with these tools that we're going to provide to you here in our Talk Saves Lives presentation. So that gave you a little bit of the scope of the problem, and we'll just move right into research. So it's in the past several years, decades have been studying suicide. That's really a fairly recent thing. People didn't used to study it as its own topic previous to about maybe 3 decades ago. So research is definitely shedding light on many of the critical areas that we're going to discuss, like what drives up risk, what is effective suicide prevention? And we have so much more to learn. And so we're very thankful for our intrepid researchers who are out there just learning so much about prevention and treatments that are just improving the lives of so many. So moving on. One of the main questions, of course, that research will explore is why do people take their own lives? And through research, we've learned that there is no single cause for suicide. And I'm going to Reiterate that again right here. There is no single cause for suicide. Suicide most often occurs when several stressors and health issues converge to create an experience of hopelessness and despair. So, moving on, we'll say, oh, right, research has consistently shown that this is what I was saying, the large majority of people who die by suicide have a mental health condition at the time of their death. It may or may not have been recognized by the person or their loved ones, and it might not have been diagnosed or adequately treated. And so this is why it's so important to connect people to appropriate health and get them into the treatment that can help them. And as we were saying, 1 in 4 people will experience a mental health condition, and most do not go on to die by suicide. So just a very important key factor there. One thing we know is that in addition to mental health conditions, there are many other factors that can increase risk. And we've learned that the brains of people who die by suicide differ from those who die from other causes in terms of both structure and function, and specifically in those areas of the brain related to stress response and impulse control. So that's very informative for us to know how to help people. We've also learned that most people who are suicidal are ambivalent about taking their life. And what does that mean? Part of them wants to live and part of them wants to die. And the research has informed key strategies in suicide prevention that involve engaging the part of the person that wants to stay alive, helping to create distance from the part of them that wants to die. One way we do that is to help the person connect with reasons for living, and then while at the same time decreasing the visibility and presence of things around them that might facilitate their desire to die. So really just engaging those parts of the brain that really strongly want to stay alive. So we can talk a little bit here about the perspective of a suicidal person. So what we know about this is that a crisis point has been reached. So for a suicidal person, the pain seems unbearable, whether it's emotional pain, physical pain, and often both. So for a moment, this is kind of an empathy exercise that I'm going to do with you. So I'd like you to think back right now to the most physically painful experience of your life. It could be childbirth. You broke a bone. You had to pass a kidney stone. These are all incredibly painful physical experiences, right? Bring yourself back to that very, very moment. Now, at that moment, would you have been able to give someone clear and accurate directions to your home? Probably not. Pain makes ordinary thinking nearly impossible. For a suicidal person, thinking becomes constricted at that moment of crisis. It's a state of intense tunnel vision where other options just don't seem available. Someone who is considering suicide cannot foresee a way out of that pain. They cannot foresee a time when that unbearable pain will end. And understanding this perspective of a suicidal person has helped us to learn that these feelings are often temporary. They can come on intensely, and they can sometimes pass in minutes or sometimes up to hours. This is why it's so important to keep people safe and keep them supported and get them through those critical moments. There is so much evidence that shows that putting time and distance between an individual who is suicidal and the means to take their life can be the critical life-saving action that you can take. It's so important that we take steps when we know that someone is struggling to keep them safe. And we'll talk about a little bit more in our presentation. What are those ways? So who is at risk? Research also has helped us determine, key factors that increase the risk for suicide. So that leads us right into what I was talking about before, risk factors. Okay. So you can go ahead and give us the next slide here. Yeah, risk factors. Here we go. Nice little circles. You can see them. Risk factors are defined as characteristics or conditions that increase the chance a person may take their life. And as you can see, they are usually grouped into these 3 categories: health factors, historical factors, and environmental factors. And these are risk factors that can converge at different times in life and increase a person's risk for suicidal behavior at certain particular points. And we're going to look at each of these circles a little bit closer now. So first up are health factors. And as you might expect, these are things like biological and psychological medical conditions, the most significant of which are going to be your mental health conditions. Depression is the most common mental health condition and the one that is most associated with suicide, but there are others. Bipolar disorder is also known to be high risk. Anxiety is high up there as well. These conditions do put a person at a greater risk for suicide, and so detecting the presence of these mental health conditions is critically important. The best way to be sure when you are concerned or you detect a possible change in your loved ones or your own mental health is to seek a professional evaluation. And then that can kind of connect you up with effective treatment. A lot of people may not realize that their distress has actually crossed that line into an actual health problem, right? It's kind of gradual. You think I'm not feeling good. It's getting worse. Now it's really bad. It can be hard, from your own perspective to see that you've really reached a crisis point where you're going to need to engage some outside help. So providing information about how to access mental health care or a crisis number can be the solid step in helping a person get connected to the help that they need. They may not see it. They're kind of living it in the moment. We'll talk more later in the discussion about how to get, people connected to that help that they so definitely need. Okay, so the second type of risk factor does include historical factors, such as a family history of suicide, a family history of mental health conditions, or past trauma. This would include sexual abuse or combat stress, PTSD, for example. Research has also found that a history of childhood abuse can obviously contribute to suicide risk. And while most people who attempt suicide do not go on to die by suicide, a previous attempt is considered a historical risk factor, as you might expect. So we can go on to environmental factors here. And environmental factors are just what they sound like, things in the environment that involve the circumstances of a person's life. There could be aspects of a person's environment that could contribute to their overall risk. Having access to a way of killing yourself is referred to access to lethal means. These include having access to any number of things: firearms, drugs, prescription drugs in the house, a bridge, a car, anything that could be used is called lethal means. And we'll talk more about that as well. Research has shown that contagion, which is the exposure to another person's risk, a person's suicide, can also be a risk factor. And then prolonged stress, bullying, relationship problems, legal problems, unemployment, stressful life events, all of these are environmental factors. So, all right. To better understand suicide risk, here's an example of a set of risk factors that could converge in a person who is suicidal. So what others see is here on the left. This person looks really upset. They've obviously, maybe they've made an attempt, or maybe they've died by suicide. This is what people see. They're going to assume that whatever happened most recently, maybe it was a job loss or a relationship ending, is what caused the person's suicide. But what they may not know is represented here on the right, that there could have been a genetic risk, maybe depression, bipolar runs in the family. They could have been experiencing prolonged stress at work. They could have been drinking more than usual. They could have had a relationship that ended. It's the convergence of all of these things that is thought to contribute to the person actually making the suicide attempt. So while a life event can play a precipitating role for suicidal behavior, without other underlying risk factors, life events alone are not thought to cause suicide. That's a very important point, and often goes against what most people think and know about suicide. So now we'll just talk about the importance of research. Obviously, like all major health issues, research is going to be helping us to find the best ways to fight suicide, the best treatment modalities, the best interventions. Research is looking for biomarkers, for example, maybe something that's testable in a blood sample that could help us to identify those who might be more at risk. Lots of clinical treatments, particular types of therapy. You've probably heard about ketamine. You've probably heard about DBT. These are all treatments that have come out of research specifically into suicide and suicide prevention. And it can help us to identify the most effective programs, school programs like this, interventions that can reduce suicide rates, reduce risk in people who are suffering from mental health conditions. So that's kind of an overview of the research. It's critically important. It's also an overview of what we consider to be risk factors. And as we pointed, they can be mental health or physical health conditions. They can be environmental factors, and they can be historical factors that people just have as part of their family history. So now you know about risk factors. So we'll move kind of into the prevention sphere here, right? We're going to look at the different types of protective factors with a focus on mental health, the importance of engaging in some self-care, and then prevention strategies, limiting access to lethal means being the most important of those, of course. So the first little section here are protective factors. So we went over in the last section risk factors, things that, might put a person at increased risk. Well, on the flip side of that, there are protective factors. There are things in a person's life that can serve as ways to protect you. Um, feeling connected to family and community support is a protective factor and can protect against suicide. When someone is struggling with depression, anxiety, psychosis, or substance abuse, these protective factors that may normally be strong could erode and temporarily weaken. And when that happens, having friends and family to remind us of our strengths can be a tremendous protective factor. Having good problem solving skills are also considered protective factors. Life can get really tough, but when you have a way to see through problems, it can be a protective factor. Obviously, cultural and religious beliefs. These encourage connecting. They give you a support system. It can be a really strong sense of community and purpose. All of these are considered to be protective factors. Volunteering, for example, is considered to be a protective factor. Getting out there and doing something proactive for someone else can be considered a protective factor. So these are all things that you can do here. So, all right, because mental health care is so important for preventing suicide, we're going to take some time to focus on it specifically for the next few minutes. Getting effective treatment for mental health conditions like depression or anxiety can prevent suicide. One of the biggest challenges in fighting suicide is getting people to address their mental health in the same way they would their physical health. Uh, in fact, of those suffering from a mental health condition, it turns out that less than half seek treatment. One way to encourage individuals to seek help for their mental health conditions is to treat mental health like any other aspect of our health. There are certain times a person becomes ill, and it's critical to seek a trained professional. And this is absolutely true of all health conditions, including mental health conditions. We need a culture where everyone knows that it's really smart to take care of our mental health. So, being proactive about mental health, what does that mean? As I just said, it's just as important as taking care of your mental health. Seeing a mental health professional is a sign of strength, and thankfully, a lot more people are taking that step. I will say, while the pandemic was certainly not anything that anybody could consider as good for mental health, one thing that's really good that came out of the pandemic was the wide availability of telehealth for mental health. This used to be something pre-pandemic that was not done. Insurance companies would not pay for it. It was widely thought that telehealth was not going to be effective in delivering mental health treatment. Well, then it turned out that that was really the only way to see your therapist. And it turns out it can actually be very effective for a lot of people. It can bring down a lot of barriers for people who maybe can't take a couple hours off of work to go to a physical space to see their therapist. Maybe it's a single parent who can't arrange for babysitting or wouldn't be able to leave their child unattended to go to an appointment with a therapist. So it turns out that telehealth actually is a great way to get people connected to mental health. Research has shown that for a lot of people, it's a combination of psychotherapy and medications that are the most helpful when you're dealing with a mental health condition. And so obviously talking to your medical doctor about that, possibly someone like a psychiatrist who has can prescribe medications, all of that is so important. But really what we've learned is that the most important thing is just finding the treatment that works best for the individual. Everybody's different, and your treatments are going to be completely different too. So whatever works for you is what works for you. And whatever therapist works for you is the therapist that works for you. Don't be afraid to find a new therapist if you're not feeling connected, if you're not feeling like you are getting the help that you need from your current therapist. Everybody's got a different personality. Everybody's got a different style. Most important thing is for you to get the help that you need. So that's just a little bit there about mental health treatments and being proactive there. So just so you know, the law requires insurance plans to cover mental health services the same as physical health services. Many companies are now offering more robust mental health services through their EAPs, through their leave plans, through your days off plans, your paid days off. So absolutely, I would look into that. Several states require people to have excused mental health days, the same as they would as any other sickness day. So, don't feel like just because you may be needing some time off for mental health or some care for mental health that you're not going to get that covered, or it's not going to be an excused day or a paid day off. I would definitely look into that. Okay, and so self-care strategies. I mean, I think everybody has heard a lot about this. Again, that's something we learned a lot from the pandemic. You can do some things to take care of your own mental health. You should absolutely go, seek professional mental health care for yourself or someone that you're concerned about. But these proactive self-care strategies like good sleep habits, exercise, nutrition, stress management, these are things that everyone can do in their own life to promote mental health, protect mental health, and promote resilience. So kind of obvious, but it's take time to do these things. They absolutely will make a difference in your own mental health care. So prevention efforts also include support for those who have been touched by suicide, right? These are our survivors. The loss of one person to suicide profoundly impacts many. It's so important that survivors have the support that they need, both to heal and then to reduce their own suicide risk, which we talked about before. That is considered to be a risk factor. Having suffered a suicide loss yourself could increase your own risk for suicide. So we know that that's fine. We know that those who have attempted suicide or experiencing suicidal thinking are at risk. So we need just to make sure that everybody gets the support, right? Okay, this slide, if I could put some bells and whistles as an audio background on this slide, I would absolutely do that. If you take nothing else away today, please remember this. The most important thing you can put between a suicidal person and their way of ending their life is time. Research shows that by temporarily reducing a suicidal person's access to lethal means, we give suicidal individuals time for the intense suicidal risk to diminish, and time for someone to intervene with mental health support and resources. This is something that you can do without training. This is the most important thing you can do. I just highly encourage everyone, if you think, what can I do? At the very least, you can stay with a person and you can keep their environment safe. So if nothing else, this slide is so critical. It is a key point that we want you to take away. So yeah, for the majority of people who experience a suicidal crisis, if they are unable to access their chosen method, even temporarily, they are unlikely to engage in another action to end their life. This is another key point here. A clear way to prevent suicide is to limit access to lethal means. If someone has a method in mind and that is interrupted, they are most likely not going to go on and find another method, and the suicide is prevented in that moment. This is another key slide, obviously. So limiting access to lethal means. During a period of high risk, the safer the environment is, the better chance a person has of living through that suicidal crisis. Suicide prevention research has looked at a number of ways that we can create safer environments. These can be things such as carbon monoxide sensors in cars that will cause a car to shut off if the carbon monoxide levels get too high. Blister packaging for medication. It seems so obvious, but when a person is in a suicidal crisis, if they're having to take a lot of extra time to work with that foil blister packaging and pop out those pills, that could be just enough time for that suicidal crisis to pass, for that sort of fight or flight state of mind to reduce a little bit, and for them to come out of that crisis and start to feel more like themselves. Barriers on bridges have been hugely successful, and research has shown that when a barrier is installed on a bridge, it actually reduces the suicide rate for an entire region. So definitely that's a key point right there. And this is so important. The securing firearm safety is critical to reducing suicide rates. As you may have heard, in the United States, firearms are used in roughly half or even more, if the more current data is correct, in all of suicides, firearms are used. So making suicide prevention an important part of gun safety education is critical. Let somebody else hold on to that firearm until those intense feelings have passed. This could be a huge life-saving action that you could take. And as we've said, and we've said it a couple times in this presentation already, and it's contrary to what a lot of people may think. When access to lethal means are limited, most people who are suicidal do not find other means. Therefore, the suicide death does not occur in that moment, allowing more time for the person in crisis to get connected to help. So we'll move on to the next section here, which is the final section. what you can do, right? We've reviewed key suicide prevention efforts, risk factors, protective factors. So now let's talk about what we can all do to help prevent suicide. That's why you're here. It may seem obvious, but one of the best things you can do is have a conversation. It's important to have a caring and supportive conversation with someone you might be worried about, to allow them to share how they're feeling and what they're experiencing. A conversation is just a way to show that you care, and it allows you to get a little more information about what is their current level of distress. So it's very important to open those lines of communication. So you can talk by, so we'll actually start right here by talking about some warning signs. These are the actual warning signs that you can, they're observable signs that you can see in yourself or in others. And so while some of those risk factors we talked about earlier endure over like a longer period of time, warning signs are those observable signs in the moment that signal that suicide risk could be in the near future here. And so it's really important to pay attention to both those risk factors. And then, of course, these warning signs that we're going to talk about right now. If you see the warning signs, you're going to want to reach out, have a conversation as quickly as possible. Okay, so the suicide warning signs are typically displayed in these three main ways that you can see here: talk, behavior, and mood. And we'll talk about each of those a little bit in depth here. The first one is talk. People who are suicidal may actually talk about ending their lives in a very open way. It could be directly or indirectly. They might joke about it. They may say kind of, I don't know, things that are on a tangent, like, I think I'm feeling like a burden. I'm not really sure I have a reason to live. It could be things that are, you're not quite sure, but just pay attention. They might be talking about feeling like like being overwhelmed or in unbearable pain. Again, these are things that they're saying that might be some red flags. It's one of the most important warning signs that you could pick up on, and the easiest one to pick up on. It's also the easiest to dismiss because you think, oh, they're just talking. They're not serious. Oh, that's a joke. I would say pay attention. Take each comment seriously and have that follow-up comment. Are you feeling okay? Are you thinking about taking your life? Do you need help? Would you like to talk? Anyway, so the talk being the most obvious, but again, the one that's almost the easiest to dismiss. So let's be sure we don't do that. Okay, behaviors that are atypical for an individual. These should also be something that encourage you to speak to the person about what you're noticing. People who are thinking about suicide can display certain observable behaviors. They may be using alcohol or drugs increasingly, or they may start using alcohol and drugs. They often will be having trouble sleeping, and that could be insomnia or sleeping too much. They might start acting recklessly, just doing things you would never expect. They might start withdrawing from activities, especially those activities that they normally enjoy. They're not showing up for bowling league anymore. They used to love to go see the movies, and they haven't seen any of them recently. They might start isolating themselves from family and friends. This is a big one. You don't see them around anymore suddenly. They're not returning your phone calls. They're short. They're not talking. They might also start searching for a way to kill themselves online. This is something that's critical to note if you share a device or have a person in your home who searches for things on their phones, like young people, for example. They might start giving away their possessions or show a really related behavior like reckless spending. So these are just all some behaviors that you could notice. And again, these are warning signs that you're going to want to step in and start a conversation. The last one here that we talk about is mood. These can be a little more subtle and hard to recognize, hard to know if you should act on. Everybody's got moods. Everybody's mood is on a continuum on any given day, in any given hour. You could be feeling a little depressed. You could be feeling really happy. You could be way up or way down. Depression, apathy, rage, irritability, impulsivity, humiliation, anxiety. These are moods that you might expect of someone who is starting to feel overwhelmed and desperate. Like I said, we all have our ups and downs, but when you notice a change that seems really uncharacteristic or concerning, maybe it's continuing over days or weeks, this is when you're going to want to speak to the person about what you're noticing. And this is a very surprising one to a lot of people who aren't versed in kind of suicide prevention, or people who the way people might act when they're in a suicidal crisis. Talking too fast here. Sudden unexplained happiness can indicate that a person has decided on a plan and they are relieved that they will no longer be in pain. I have heard this before, and I'm sure the people who are going to be talking to you later today from our chapter have heard this before. They seem to be doing better. I really thought they had come through the crisis. So this is something, this unexplained increase in happiness, almost giddiness, this is something that you would definitely want to just make note of. Are they really feeling better, or are they feeling relieved because they've made a plan and they feel like they've figured out the way out? So definitely things you want to pay attention to. Okay, I have told you a lot of things. So let's just wrap it up like this. Trust your gut. Trust how you're feeling. Assume you're the only person who's going to reach out. And if you've reached out before and you didn't get a good response, it's okay. You can reach out again. The first time that person might not be receptive. They may even be angry with you, but I would say keep trying. By reaching out, you've established with the person that you are a safe person to talk to. And if and when they are ready to reach out, they will know that you are a person that they can go to. So absolutely, I would say trust your gut. If it doesn't feel right, start a conversation. If that doesn't go well, let them know you're always going to be there to talk should they need it. So, okay, so reaching out. Okay, so before covering the steps on what to do, we're just going to do a few reminders about what to avoid, okay? First of all, if you're going to reach out to someone, avoid minimizing their feelings. Avoid trying to convince them that life is worth living. If a person is nearing a crisis point, they are not thinking clearly. Philosophical debates about life being worth living tend not to be helpful. The last thing you want to avoid is offering advice on how to fix it. If a person is having a heart attack, you wouldn't tell them, hey, start exercising, or, you should eat a healthier diet. You would get them to help as fast as possible. And the same is true for someone in a mental health distress or crisis. So those are the avoid. So what do you do? If you are wanting to reach out, here are some things you can do. Talk to the person in private and allow them to just share what they are experiencing. Listen to their story without judgment. Express concern and caring. A conversation with an extra dose of active listening is a good way to show that you care, and it allows you, as we said before, to gain more information about what their current level of distress is. Active listening is actually saying things back to them that you're hearing. So if somebody said, I'm feeling like I'm just overwhelmed and maybe the world would be better off without me, I feel that I'm hearing that you're very overwhelmed and you're experiencing these intense feelings. So that's what active listening is, giving them a little bit of feedback that you are really hearing what they're saying. Okay, so fourth, you're going to want to ask directly about suicidal thoughts. A lot of people think, I'm going to ask directly about suicidal thoughts? A lot of people will worry that asking so directly will increase suicide risk, but research, that all important research, has shown us that having a conversation about suicide with someone you are worried about and asking directly, are you thinking of ending your life, is really beneficial. It just takes that that elephant right out of the room, and then they're open to talk to you about what their thoughts are and what their level of distress is. And then you just have to encourage that person to connect with available resources or mental health services. If they're in crisis, what they need most is to be heard and then connected with help. You can just call in 988 for them. You can call 988 with them. That's a very easy step that you can take, and you're well on your way to getting them connected to help. Okay, so if you think they might make an attempt on their life soon, stay with them. If at all possible, do not leave them alone. If you're on the phone with them or you're chatting on Discord or any other way at all, just try to stay connected to them. Having said that, if you are there in person with someone and the situation is putting your own safety at risk, you're going to have to leave the immediate area and call 911. If at all possible, we want to help remove lethal means or remove themselves from a potentially dangerous area. So, would it be okay if I take that firearm and go put it in my car now? Would it be okay? Where are your medications? Could we lock those up and let me know what the combination is? Maybe I'm the only one who knows for a while. And then if it's at all possible, escort them to mental health services or an emergency room. Taking them there in person is great. Staying on the phone with them until first responders arrive is also critical if you happen to be on the phone with them. Here we have all the ways that you can get to help. 988, 988, 988. I know we talk about it a lot. If you're watching our intro, as Luma said, unfortunately, some current polling indicates that 14% of Americans are aware of 988 and aware of the services that are provided by calling 988. So definitely we're going to do more on 988 later, but call if you are even in question at any way. And of course, the crisis text line is still something that's up and running and available. And that's, you can text talk to 741-741. So obviously those are great resources. And of course, for emergencies, call 911. We would say call 988 unless it's a suicide attempt in progress, in which case you do have to call 911, just because 988 has been wildly successful in since it launched in being able to de-escalate situations and get people connected to help without needing to call 911, which means not needing to call an ambulance and not needing to call law enforcement, all of which are very good things for the person who's in crisis. So call 988 if it's a suicide attempt in progress. Definitely you're going to need to call 911. And all of this just to say that we can create a culture that's smart about mental health and suicide prevention. Together we can save lives if we know some of these key points and conversation starters, and you can be a big part of that. So thank you for watching Talk Saves Lives. There is a post survey if you'd like. If you happen to take the pre-survey, you could scan this. And as I was saying at the beginning of the presentation, these help us to measure learning. We obviously want our programs to be impactful and to actually reach people and to make you feel empowered with tools that you can use. And so these surveys really help us to measure learning. You can follow AFSP National and be up to date on all the programming that comes out. There's a lot of Facebook Live presentations from National. There's a lot of really informative stuff that comes out of the AFSP National channels. Definitely encourage you to follow them on all their channels. And then finally, here's how you would connect with us here at AFSP Illinois, which obviously you already have connected with us because you're here today. But just to remind you, we are on all these social media channels. You can email us directly at illinois@afsp.org. And of course, our website has up-to-date information as well. So having said that, that is Talk Saves Lives. That's the signature program. You just received it. You are empowered to know how to make a difference because you Talk Saves Lives.
Talk Saves Lives. I want to add a couple extra tidbits. For people who didn't know, Talk Saves Lives is our flagship program. It's available for us to present to you in person or virtually. We also have different modules of this presentation. We have a senior version. We have a workplace version, which is also very popular. It's a lot more, it's a little bit more interactive, but still highly insightful. And just as a general overview, since the launch of this program, which was back in 2015, over 200,000 participants have seen this program. That's a massive, massive number, and just kind of points to the necessary education on suicide prevention. And then just this year, AFSP concluded that we've done about 889 Talk Saves Lives events, which is where we've given presentations or talks or anything in which the program was involved. And that's had over 25,000 participants on its own in just 1 year. So if you're curious about the program, want to learn a little bit more, if you would like to bring this program to your community, whether that's a library, a community center, your workplace, a senior center, your community group, I don't know. There's so many opportunities for us to be able to bring this. You've seen it, you know what it looks like. It's, again, an introduction to suicide prevention. It's not in depth, but it does provide a lot of tools and strategies and information for people who are looking for ways to either help themselves or help others. So I just wanted to bring that little tidbit in there. So in case any of y'all are interested. All right. So I'm going to bring in, thank you, Angela. Thank you, Angela.
My
There's a
pleasure.
lot of talking.
It's a lot of talking, but hey, talk saves lives, right? That's what we're talking about. So
that was the whole point, right? Okay. So thank you so much. I'm gonna move on to our next segment, and I'm going to introduce a board member for the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention's Illinois chapter. He's going to cover our next segment, which is It's Real Teens program. And like I mentioned earlier, part of the reasoning was it's back to school, right? So your kids are either in school now or starting school soon. For my kids, it's been about a month, and oh my gosh, it's so much. But anyway, so Angela, thank you. And Angela's coming back. She's not leaving. I'm sure she's so happy about that. So we'll see you in a little bit. Hi, Mike.
Hi, Luma. How are you? Can you hear me?
All right, I can hear you just fine.
Awesome.
Thank you. So if you could introduce yourself.
Yeah, Mike Bushman. I am a board member and treasurer with the Illinois chapter of the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. I'm also a youth and teen mental health first aid instructor. I've written a couple of books on youth mental health, and I do a lot of presentations for the Illinois chapter, particularly focused around the It's Real program. It's my passion to reach kids. I struggled with depression off and on through my life. The worst of it for me was during my high school years when suicide ideation was a regular part of my day. And I was fortunate, through trial and error, I found the self-care techniques that worked for me. There were some adults who said some helpful things, some friends who were able to recognize that I needed some support. And I've lived a long, healthy, productive life, not without its share of challenges, because it's life. But I want kids who are struggling to know that the pain that they feel, and it is an intense pain, in for some kids, is not. There are ways to work through it. There are things you can do to help yourselves, adults who can help, friends who have the ability to help, and that's what It's Real is all about. Is helping teens understand what they can do to help themselves, how to know when they're in trouble. Because you don't, as we go through these changes in our mind, we don't realize, oh, this is a mental health challenge. This is not just, this is a bad day. Oh, I'm thinking about suicide. This is more than I should take on my own. And then how to recognize when friends struggling, and then how to get adults engaged. Because, the idea that we should take on something as serious as suicide prevention as a high school or middle school or increasingly elementary school student that's just not right. But they can notice when friends are struggling and then go get people who have some experience and expertise.
Yes. So our It's Real program has kind of, I guess, two modules, right? We have the It's Real a middle school version, and we have a high school version.
Yeah. And then there's a separate program for college students that's more video based. I'm going to focus on the high school and middle school versions.
Yep, and there we recently did a little bit of an overhaul. It used to be just It's Real Teens. In case you've seen this presentation before, we're not going to do a full length in the way that Angela did for our Talk Saves Lives. But in case you've seen it before, there were some changes. So now we have two separate programs. It's Real Middle School, It's Real High School. And really the big difference between the two is just some change in language. That's more appropriate for middle schoolers specifically. And then a change in the way that we did video presentations. Some of that was part of our Seize the Awkward campaign videos, which we've done with the Judge Foundation and the Ad Council. And we'll talk a lot more about that way later today. And I guess if you just tuned in, I'll do a super, super quick summary. We're with the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention's Illinois chapter. And today we're connecting with you on World Suicide Prevention Day on this Sunday. So if you're just waking up, it is 1 p.m. I'm not going to judge. I'm just saying. Or if you've been in church or in community service and you're just tuning in, welcome. I hope that you had a great service this morning. We have a few segments that we're going to be talking about today when we're here until about 5 p.m. So if you can't connect right now, or if you want to come back later, it's all good. We'll be here until 5 p.m. and these sessions will be recorded. So it's available for you to watch. If you can't watch today, you can connect any other time. Okay, so Mike, you have a presentation for us. Super quick. This is kind of the overview of the theme or the branding for the program in case you were unfamiliar. And then I will add this for you, Mike. And I will remove myself.
And I may, Luma, just give you a heads up. I may, as we go through this, just see if you want to talk about your experience doing It's Real as we go through this, because I'm not going to talk through the presentation the way I would to teens. I'm going to spend more time talking about why it's important to bring to area schools. And since you've also presented, you've gotten to watch the reaction of young adults as they benefit from this. So
I have. All right, then I will stay put.
Okay.
I'll be right here.
So a couple of questions, just to give people around the state of Illinois ideas of where we presented. I don't know all of the people in the chapter presented, but just the ones that I've been able to do. We've done them near Peoria, East St. Louis, Chicago, throughout the suburbs, Galesburg. I'm doing a couple this week near Rockford. We've been near Kankakee, Decatur. So we are really bringing this program in. We've been in the city, in the public schools, in parochial schools. We are reaching people a substantial number, but there's so much more we could do, and we would like to be able to reach as many young adults as we can. It's Real Teens and Mental Health. Ideally, we have about 40 to 45 minutes. It's designed to fit into a single class size or a single auditorium presentation. We have shrunk it down to as little as 30 minutes when we need to, because of just the difficulties of getting more time than that in some places. But in 40 to 45 minutes, we can fundamentally make a difference in young adults' lives. And we've had some teachers who have asked their students to write down 2 things that they learned from the discussions that we have led. And I'm going to read a couple of those just so you can hear from the young adults what they took away from it. And so maybe I'll just start with that, there are hundreds of these, so I'm just picking a couple. So one, it impacted me in a positive way, knowing I'm not alone in this world and that there are other people going through these hard times with me. I also learned it takes time to get better, and not everyone is going to be there for you to get through these hard times. Hearing this impacted me in a positive manner. Second person, I feel more knowledgeable and better ways to talk to my friends if I notice warning signs. A third person, I learned about new warning signs like rage and irrational behavior. I learned why coping mechanisms work so well and help us use more of our brain. Another one, the first takeaway was how important it is to be a friend and what you can do if someone is struggling. You never know how your comments can change someone's decision. So being kind makes a difference. Another one, listening to personal experiences made me realize how real and scary this is. And I should note, when I'm doing the presentation, I talk about my struggles with suicide ideation. That's not the case for every one of our presenters, but I certainly do that. Another key takeaway is that we as students are not professionally licensed, so it's not our responsibility to treat our friends. That's one of the things that young adults often feel like they should be able to help fix their friends, and that's really not how it works. Nor should kids be expected to take on that experience or that challenge. Another one, sometimes it's simple things. One takeaway was how important getting enough sleep was. I realized that if I slept more, my problems of being continually drained might get easier. Listening to somebody who struggled with depression shows that suicide isn't your only escape, and that depression doesn't have to be what your life will always be. Another one. I took away ways to improve my mental health, such as talking nicer to myself instead of being so critical, which is something I tend to do. And literally, there are hundreds of these. But one of the things that I find interesting is that different students take away different things, which is exactly the way the program's designed, is to provide the information that will let young adults understand what they need to take away from it in that moment. Mental health is one of those challenges that if you aren't experiencing at the moment, you're probably not paying careful attention. So we also talk about the fact that the things you do for self-care for mental health, they help your academic performance. They help you be a better athlete. They help you be more creative. So it's important for everybody to understand this is all valuable for them to understand, but they apply it different depending on where their experience is. And one of the questions that I think is important is, what are some of the takeaways that you see? And Luma, maybe I'll start with you, and then you can jump off for a little bit. But what was kind of the impression that you got from the audiences as we presented, or as you have presented this in other places?
Well, first of all, I'm going to say that when we talk to especially high schoolers, that's a tough crowd, right? But everywhere we've gone, I feel like the first time we start talking, they're like, oh my God, we have to do another thing for school, right? Do I have to sit through this presentation? I really don't want to be here, or I'd rather talk to my friends. But once we start like going deep into some of the topics that are covered in the presentation, very often I can see them start perking up or quieting down and starting to pay a little bit more attention, right? It might not be obvious right away. I feel like sometimes it's a little slow, but eventually they get to the point where they're like, I can see they're much more engaged. I didn't know super quickly. I didn't know about the teachers, the follow-up after the presentation.
This is just something I've asked some of them to do when I've done smaller groups.
Yeah.
In the auditoriums, it doesn't really work, but in small groups, they like to do it.
Absolutely. I love that because that kind of proves that point, right? It's like, yeah, these kids probably don't want to sit through a presentation, but they're paying attention once they see that, hey, yeah, it's actually relevant to me. Hey, yeah, I have a friend who might be dealing with this.
Yeah.
Or, hey, wow, that I've gone through some of these things. Maybe I should be paying a little bit more attention. And that's wonderful. But that's usually my experience.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Luma. And I'll let you go. But I also want to talk about what do schools tell us after we've been there. And I'm just a couple of reactions that we've had in a variety of schools. They identified kids who are in immediate suicidal crisis. So sometimes it's literally there at a time when that kid needs immediate support, and the parents get called and told, hey, your child's in real crisis. We need help. We need to get them in for support. They've also told us that in some cases they identified kids who were struggling that they didn't even know. I'll never forget presenting in one middle school audience where one of the kids volunteered that his struggle was that he'd been kicked out of his home and was living on the streets, essentially. And the school had no idea, and nobody around him did. but that he was in that kind of level of struggle where he just needed that support. We had a opportunity to do presentations at a large public high school in 9 auditorium sessions. And I went back the week after that, and I had a counselor come up to me and said, I don't know whether to thank you or curse you. I said, okay, I need some clarity around what that means. She goes, well, thank you, because we have so many kids who have come in to see us since your presentation. Curse you, because we have so many kids and we are overwhelmed, but we would rather be overwhelmed than not know that they were struggling. And just reducing the stigma around the idea of getting help. Something, when we talk about therapists, I always call it getting a brain coach, because that's essentially what a therapist is, or a doctor is. They're just helping you use your brain more effectively. They tell us they've removed some of the stigma. There's definitely more attention to self-care. I did have one student who said, boy, the things you're telling us we should be doing for our mental health, that's all the stuff my parents tell me. I need to go to bed earlier. I need to get outside more. Well, yeah, because those are the things that those are things that we know from, in many cases, AFSP funded research, that it works. So, one of the great things about the AFSP programs is it is science-based. AFSP has been the largest private funder of suicide prevention research in the country for a couple of decades now. We generally are funding early stage research, and then the National Institute of Mental Health or SAMHSA or some other organizations funding the bigger long-term studies, or the large studies that to validate what we learn in these early stage research projects. But it's all science-based, and we know it makes a difference. Ages. So obviously, now that we have the middle school version, in Illinois, we've been speaking in middle schools. We've always adapted it to the audience. In high school, we think kids can take on more responsibility for helping their friends get adult help. We've never tried to put too much of a burden on that. It was more about the self-care. We focused a lot more on self-care with the middle school audiences, but this program really makes sure it's age appropriate. One of the questions that comes up, and we've done parent training sessions in some of the schools in conjunction with this. So we'll talk to the students during the day, and then either the night before or the night after have a parent program. And one of the questions that I find surprising, because I work in this field, but I really don't find surprising because I've been around the world long enough, is mental health really an issue for kids? Because some parents don't think that they should have any reason to have a mental health concern. And then, when we talk about it, they say, why is it harder for kids now? And so when we talk to parents, we'll talk about the fact that the world's changed dramatically. High school kids are sleeping less than they did 10 years ago, about 40 minutes less on average. They are outdoors. 2/3 of high school students are outdoors less than maximum security inmates. Sunlight is really crucial for vitamin D, which is important to creating serotonin, and it's hard to feel good without it. But our neuroscience has also proven time and time again that we think better when we're exposed to nature. We make better decisions. The fresh air is good. Just getting out of that indoor air environment. Our brains work when we see trees and leaves and waves in a way that they don't when we see bricks. So there are kids have smaller families. So, I was one of 6 kids with a lot of aunts and uncles. We had adults who didn't see us very often, but knew us through our lives, and they could see when things changed. When you have single parents of single parents and there's not many relatives around, sometimes the people who are seeing them are that teacher year to year, and the teacher changes every year. And so people aren't noticing these changes in kids. So that smaller family can mean that there are fewer adults who might see something or might be a good fit. Every parent thinks they're the right person for their kid, But research has shown for a lot of kids, it's an aunt, an uncle, a grandparent, a teacher, a coach, maybe a youth group leader if they're in a faith institution, maybe somebody they work with. So there are lots of adults who can play a really important role for kids that in a way that we don't always instinctively think of as parents, because we all think that's our responsibility. And yes, it is. But there are other people who, when they're around kids' lives, there's been a drop in kids' involvement in faith institutions, which means, which we know can be a protective factor. It can also be a risk factor for some communities too, but it has been shown to be a protective factor. Now, there are other ways to replace the purpose and the hope elements. Volunteering has been proven to be really effective. Engagement in the community is a big deal. And you can see just since the pandemic ended, how much kids now are craving being around their friends. I've noticed it because I do some hill hiking. And during August, there was a lot of cross-country teams from around the Chicago suburbs who go to this particular forest preserve to do training. And I've talked to a bunch of the cross-country coaches, and they all say their teams are the biggest they've ever been because kids just want to be around each other. And that social connection is a key protective factor. But if you look at the research, kids on average are spending half the time with their friends in person than they did 10 years ago. So when parents ask me, is mental health an issue for kids and why is it an issue? There's a lot of reasons. We've removed a lot of protective factors. We've added more risk factors. So, when this thing comes out in the middle of the night and people are being bullied online, I used to get bullied as a kid, but then I got out of it. I could escape it at least for a few hours every day. A lot of these kids are dealing with this trauma continuously and they don't feel like they can shut it off. So there are added risk factors that are making things tougher in their lives as well. And so those are the kinds of things we talk about. And maybe with that as an introduction, maybe a little bit longer one than intended, let me just jump into some of what we cover in the program. So we talk about what mental health is, what those signs and symptoms are when it's deteriorating. How do you start a conversation? How do you reach out for help? Some of the resources that are available, and we'll talk about the professional resources, but then we'll talk about things like 988, the Trevor Project for kids in the LGBTQ community, the Rape and Incest National Network for kids who've endured sexual assault. Having a variety of resources in person is good for some kids. There are some kids who are much more comfortable texting 988 because then they don't have to know. They know they don't have to see that person who's helping them. So having those options is an important piece to talk about. One of the keys we talk about is that mental health is complex. Our brains are incredibly complex. Depending on the researcher, anywhere from 86 to 100 billion neurons, each one of which has 10,000 points of connection, more than 100 different brain chemicals in there. The idea that we can just fix it when it's not working right for us without help on what to do with our brain chemistry, how to fix our thought patterns, how do we build skills for impulse control, that complexity requires some understanding and some knowledge that a high school student, a middle school student is certainly not going to have in the depth that's needed to help everybody. We also talk about the fact that it's not a sign of weakness. And, there I'll often use examples of celebrities that the kids might identify with. And in fact, Billie Eilish, we use a video from Billie Eilish and have used a video from Billie Eilish in the past, talking about her mental health struggles and how friends helped. And that resonates. But I'll talk about DeMar DeRozan and his openness about struggling with depression, or Selena Gomez and her struggles with bipolar disorder. So sometimes just providing an example of, here's some people you admire and they struggle, and that's okay because they just have to do things a little differently to keep on the path that they want to be on. And we also make it clear that mental health isn't about feeling good all the time. People just don't feel good all the time. And, we'll skip ahead just a second to nobody feels super all the time. It's okay not to feel okay. And then we'll come back and talk about the things that affect mental health, how much stress they're under. And I'll ask, if it's a small group, a class size or, group of 50 to 70 kids, I'll ask them, what are the kinds of losses or stresses that you have in the life? And some of the ones that they'll talk about are heartbreaking, but we know about a lot of them, parental divorce, parent or guardian losing their job, breakup of a friendship or love interest, loss of a pet, loss of a family member. There's just an endless range. And, they'll volunteer that very often because it's important for them to feel like acknowledge that, yeah, they are suffering in some cases, some really traumatic things. And neuroscience research shows us that kids that age feel things more intensely than adults do. So it's important to understand that. We talk about the physical health pieces, the sleep, the movement, exercise. It doesn't have to be in a gym. It can be dance. It can be mowing the lawn. When I mention mowing the lawn, that sometimes gets a little bit of a groan as kids go, yeah, I guess there's some benefit to me to doing that. We'll talk about those relationship issues, what they eat. A challenge today of a diet that revolves around ultra processed foods. It's not, sometimes the nutrients just are missing. So we just talk about these so young adults feel a sense of control. A really important piece of mental health management is feeling like it's possible that it can get to a better place. And if you feel like you have some element of control, that makes a difference. It certainly did for me. And I know it does for many of the people that we talk to. We talk about the fact that the body and mind are completely connected. So, and generally we'll ask, how many of you have ever felt sick before a big test or got a stomach ache or a headache and you didn't know why you had it? And they start to realize, there is a connection here. So just that, and sometimes this is one of the ones where the light bulbs start to go off and you can literally see their eyes open and go, oh, okay, now I get where my anxiety is why my stomach ache is so bad. And if I learn some skills on managing my anxiety, that might help me physically feel better as well. I'll skip past that. Angela talked about these in Talk Saves Lives, so we don't go into as much detail as we do in the Talk Saves Lives presentation, but there are some elements of the warning signs for somebody to identify in themselves or in their friends that we want them to be aware of. We do know from research that to the extent kids display signs or are open about what they're experiencing, the vast majority of the times it's to other teens, it's to their friends, far less so to adults around them. So having those other teens be aware enough to say, ooh, I'm worried about you. Should we go talk to somebody? I've talked to a counselor. She's really good or he's really good. Would you want to go talk to him? Because I'll walk with you there. And getting them comfortable with the idea that that's an important role to play as a good friend. When you see somebody who's getting negative about life, or they talk about that they don't matter, that they're a burden, that there's no hope of having a good life, those kinds of statements. We talk about what to do if they see somebody engaging in self-harm and how to help them find out that there are other coping skills that are better for managing the pains they're in than that self-harm approach that many go to as in some cases, a first reaction. What mood they're in, especially talking about withdrawal. It's a very common thing, especially for people who are depressed, to not want to spend time around others, because if, and this was always kind of my go-to is, if I'm not feeling really good about myself, why would anybody else want to spend time with me? What I've learned over time is that that's exactly when I need to spend time with other people. Then we talk about how do you start that conversation, and this doesn't have to be complex. They're just some simple cues to say you don't have to make it really confrontational. You want to talk to them in private. You want to get them in a place where you can have that friendly conversation where they're not feeling like they're being exposed in any way, but you just say, are you okay? You don't seem like yourself lately. Very simple kinds of statements that just say that I care about you. Because every person needs to be noticed, needs to be cared for, and needs to be relied on. And the fact that you have a friend who notices you and asks you how you're doing, and it's not just in the, hey, how are you kind of way, tells you people notice you and they care for you. And so those are two really important things to do for people. Then we spend some time talking about how to listen. A natural reaction for many teens when they see a friend struggling or preteens is, I want to fix it for them. The struggle with mental health, and professional counselors know this, is if you dictate the solution, then it's not owned by the person who needs to fix it. So you can provide information, you can provide ideas, resources, but then ask them, what do you think might work? Because the person who's struggling needs to be invested in their own solution. So we talk about don't fix it. Don't try to fix it for them. You can offer ideas, but the biggest thing is just let them talk. Let them explain what they're feeling, because that's cathartic on their own. Just being able to figure out, of all the things that I'm thinking about, what do I really believe? What am I really feeling? And when you express it out loud, or you express it in writing, journaling, it's why journaling gets used in mental health management quite frequently. You bring clarity that's just not there when it's just swirling around in your head. And the other thing that we talk about is that, don't make it about you. So a natural instinct is to empathize with the person by saying, I went through exactly the same thing. Well, A, none of us have ever gone through exactly the same thing as anybody else. But B, it's really about helping them address their challenges. Now, you might at some point say, I went through something similar to that and it was painful, so I can understand why you're struggling with this. So you can empathize without making it about you. But that's one of the key points that's really important to talk about. And then we just reinforce how important it is to keep talking to your friend or keep inviting them to do stuff, even if they're not feeling good and are reluctant to do it. Just the simple fact that you asked might make a meaningful difference in that person's day on any given day. And then, of course, getting help from trusted adults. Now, we do go through a couple of what ifs, because it's really important for young adults, and kids, if the friend says, I'm going to tell you something serious, but you got to promise never to tell anybody, and they tell them, I'm thinking about suicide, or I'm thinking about hurting this person, or this person's assaulting me. Kids think keeping that promise is the most important thing. Protecting lives is the most important thing. So we tell them, you always break it for one of the three harms. If they're going to hurt themselves, they're going to hurt other people, or other people are hurting them. And we go through that kind of what if discussion in a little bit of more detail than I just did. Places to get help, there are all kinds of them. The sad thing is, I've now probably asked, well, certainly thousands of kids, but maybe even more than 10,000 kids, do you know who your trusted adult is? How many of you know who your trusted adult is? I've never had a class or an auditorium room where more than 40% of the kids could raise their hand. Now, it's not necessarily because they don't have a trusted adult. It's because they don't think broadly about who that trusted adult could be. And they're not thinking necessarily about their aunts and uncles, older cousins, older siblings, that, youth group leader, the person, the play director, whoever those various adults might be. Sometimes it's even a neighbor. But so one of the aspects of this is just helping them understand it's important to know who that adult is in case you need help, or if you've got a friend who needs help and they don't know who to go to. Sometimes the parents of a friend are more effective in starting that process of getting a kid to open up than the parent would be initially. And of course, then helping that friend's parents make sure that the kids' parents are notified is important too. We talk a little bit about what treatment looks like, trying to demystify it. I always talk about it as getting a brain coach, because it's important, not, and kids think when you get an adult to help that part of being a teenager is becoming independent. The idea of independence is that I should be able to do everything on my own. But we know as adults that we all have other adults that we ask for advice or ask for help on various things. And that's really what independence is about: building your network and finding who your people are that can help you with the various things that you need to live a good and happy life. And then, and I always spend time on the self-care piece, deep breathing exercises, the exercise, taking breaks from social media if you don't feel good when you're using it. How do you just make sure that you create an environment that gives you time to feel good and allows you to focus on doing the things that help you from a mental health standpoint. So this one slide sometimes can take some time to go through in discussion. Angela talked about some of those elements and talking about the Talk Saves Lives, and I know I'm talking long here, so I'll just go quickly through that. This is just some of the resources that we want to make sure they're available, especially for those kids that, there are kids who come from families where they're not allowed to seek mental health support. So having an option that doesn't cost money, that is, not tied into somebody that's going to see them regularly, it gives them a starting point of a professional, somebody who's well trained, who can help them think through what's the right next steps, or maybe how do I talk to my parents in a way that helps them understand why it's important for me to get help. And then, of course, AFSP has some great resources. Seize the Awkward has some great resources as well. So that is, I know I ran a couple of minutes over, but that is just a quick run through of what It's Real for Teens does for high school students, for middle school students. And as we said, there's a separate program that gets into the same kinds of topics for college students. But we've had a lot of demand over the last few years from the middle school and high school communities, and we want more of that.
Absolutely. So again, these presentations are the full versions are available for anyone who's interested. Usually we connect with teachers, school counselors, other administrators to kind of get us on their schedule, and we're really flexible. So if you are interested or if you would like to bring that to your school, please let us know. And with that, thank you, Mike.
Absolutely.
And maybe we'll see you around.
Absolutely. Have a great rest of this session, and thank you so much for doing this.
Bye.
Bye.
I see people waving in the background. I know y'all can't see, but I have people in the stream waiting room, and they're waving goodbye. Okay, our next segment is one of our most successful campaigns to date. It is Talk Away the Darkness, which has over 50,000 page views at afsp.org/talkawaythedark. It has had over 70 hours of viewing and over 1 million impressions on our socials, with over 85,000 engagements. And that's Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, all the usuals. Before I get started, I'm going to bring in two of our board members for the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention's Illinois chapter and let them introduce themselves. And then we'll show the PSA, which is just a few minutes long. And then afterwards, they're going to engage in a discussion on some of the themes surrounding the PSA. So, hello, Dimple. And hello, Beth. How are y'all?
Hello.
Hello. Okay. Before I let you introduce yourselves, just super quickly, I want to reorient people. So welcome to our live stream. If you are just connecting, we are the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention's Illinois chapter. We are here today on World Suicide Prevention Day on this Sunday. And welcome for joining us. Leave us a chat if you have questions, especially if you've been paying attention and you watched the last few segments. And we're kind of keeping an eye on those. Maybe you'll get featured. Who knows? Please share our videos, our stream on Facebook or YouTube, so we can get a little bit more engagement, so people are made aware. If you are unable to join us for future segments, please don't worry. These will be recorded. They will stay on our social media, and you can watch them later. Okay. Now then, Dimple, you are right next to me. Like right now. So I'll let you go first.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dimple Patel, and I have my doctorate in clinical psychology, and I've been volunteering with AFSP since 2014, and this is my third year on the board, and my connection to suicide prevention is losing my mom in 2011. And I also represent the South Asian community and constantly speak about this shame and stigma within the community as well.
And Beth.
Hello, everyone. I'm so happy to be here today. I'm glad that we're doing this, even though it's a difficult time. Definitely a necessary one, and I'm very happy that we can do this for everyone and be here. And I am a licensed clinical professional counselor. I'm in Southern Illinois, but I'm also a board member of the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention's Illinois chapter. I've been a board member since 2017, and I do also have personal connections to suicide, having lost cousins to suicide, and most recently, one of my son's peers.
Thank you for introducing yourselves. I'm going to remove you from the studio real quick, and then we're going to watch the PSA. So stay tuned. All right, y'all. Hope you're ready. Like I said, it's been our most successful campaign. It's not too long, but I hope that it's helpful for y'all.
Pass the ketchup. Dad, are you okay?
Oh, yeah, just stressed out.
Oh, and the melody is sounding so much better. I can play it for you. Wait, where's your guitar?
I gave it to your cousin.
What? That guitar's like your favorite thing.
I don't need it anymore.
Oh, and I saw Henry today. Says he hasn't seen you around.
Huh.
Maybe you should give him a call.
I will.
No, you won't. You said you go.
Have more fun with your friends.
I want you there.
I'm tired. Some days are just better than others.
I think you should go talk to someone.
It's not that easy.
Dad, I can tell that you're hurting, but we can't keep pretending like everything's fine.
I know. I'm sorry.
Have you been thinking about suicide? You can talk to me, Dad.
It's been a tough couple of months.
Okay. Every time I watch that video, I'm just like, wow,
I know it is. It hits close to home too.
very impactful. So I know y'all have some key things that you're going to be covering. So I'm going to remove myself from the stage and leave y'all to talk about the video.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. So just wanted to check in with everybody and see, does anybody have any thoughts or reactions to the video that they would like to share? Feel free to leave it in the comments and we can have discussion about that. But as I had said, this kind of hits close to home where, I could see myself being the daughter in that video and talking to my mom. If that was an opportunity that I had back in 2011, I definitely would have taken it and had that conversation. But I think it's a very well-made video and a very important discussion to have, especially nowadays, of directly asking about suicide and thoughts, but also visually seeing what it looks like in someone that is struggling. And I think the video does a really good job with depicting that. And in this video, we can see that the dad is really struggling. And we know that the suicide rate is the highest among middle-aged white men, and white males account for almost 70% of all suicide deaths in 2021. And it's also important to look at the daughter in the video, especially members of the Gen Z report higher rates of depression, as well as a number of other mental health conditions than do other generations before them. And suicide is the second leading cause of death for ages 10 to 24 years old. But the good news is that this generation now is a lot more likely than previous generations to report these issues that are going on, but also putting those who seek help in a place to receive it. And I think also the fact that they're talking about it more. Beth, have you noticed anything of more related to social media and videos of Gen Z or just younger generations talking about mental health compared to, I would say our parents' generation?
I would definitely agree with that. And I think some of what has been talked about already today is that importance of the stigma around seeking help for mental health. And we're seeing in the younger generation, they're willing to actually more and seek out those helps that are available. I think it's so important for us who are in the field of mental health to really push for more therapists, more counseling to be available. Maybe not in just the more typical ways, but group counseling or peer support, those types of things I think can be helpful. And we do know though that even though this generation may be more likely to seek out help, they are still struggling. And just like, our older generation, they're in difficult situations and we know that they're experiencing difficult situations. And in these times when people are struggling, just like she was aware, you can see that the daughter and the dad seem to already have a really good relationship and ownership. But even though you see that it was apparent and evident that he was struggling, we might worry that saying the wrong thing will make the situation worse. So sometimes we just don't say anything at all, and we just hope that it's going to get better. Or even saying something like, "Oh, I can see that you're down. It's going to be okay." That may actually not be as helpful as really trying to listen to the person. And I know sometimes because we're uncomfortable, it's easier for us to just say, "You're going to be fine. It's going to be okay." Because that helps us to feel a little better, feeling like, okay, we have tried, we have reached out, in some way. But it's mostly our own uncomfortableness with the situation that prevents really asking. And so not saying anything can actually worse. And even just a few kind words can make all the difference in connecting someone to help or supporting someone who's experienced a suicide loss. And in fact, there have been reports that there is a misconception that if you talk to young people about depression, you're actually going to cause them to feel depressed. Or if you
Mhm.
talk to people about suicide directly, you're going to cause them to attempt suicide or to feel suicidal. But research really does not support that at all. In fact, we know that actually talking to someone who may be feeling suicidal or depressed or who's struggling may actually help put them at ease and feel like, wow, somebody actually gets it. I can actually open up to this person, and maybe there is someone who will listen to me and who can help me. And we know that the earlier that we can identify the ones who need help, the better chance we have of getting that help and actually saving.
Thank you, Beth. And so the other part kind of going off of that too is like when we sense that someone is struggling, we can make a difference by learning the warning signs and knowing the risk factors and bravely having an open and honest conversation with someone that we care about. And in this video, I wanted to go over some of the warning signs that we saw. And it's nice that there's a visual component to this that you can see just beyond the words. But the data talked about feeling alone. He was isolating in the video when she asked about like, phone calls or making plans with the daughter to go out and like kind of retracting from them, feeling unmotivated, depressed, having the suicidal thoughts. Those could be active or even passive, like thinking about it, feeling hopeless. And the other important part of it too is giving away possessions to people. And like I think he had given away the guitar. And the other, like with risk factors, we want to look at biological, so like history of depression or other serious mental health illnesses, any family history of mental health. I think that is very important to let any of your providers know, especially like when you're going to your primary care doctor, sometimes, or like a new doctor appointment, they ask about like family history. It's really important to like write that down in there if there is anything there, any prior attempts to suicide. Even sometimes like looking things up or making jokes about it, commenting. Even like the other day, I saw a video on TikTok where a therapist had like commented on a video that like somebody posted, and it was talking about passive ideations where it's like, I don't want to get out of bed, or do you feel like some days you just don't want to be here, or things like that. And the therapist would comment on, even making comments like this, it's considered passive ideations. And there's so many people in the comments I was reading them, and they're talking about, oh, I didn't know that this is what it's called. And so that's really important to have that education and awareness around that even joking about it passively is still considered passive ideations. But also looking at another risk factor is negative life events. So either losing a job, relationship ending, something major happening. It's really important to like be there, like, and be aware of those things.
Yeah, I completely agree. Even things, changes in behaviors, like sudden changes in behaviors. And I think for young adults and teenagers engaging in risky behaviors, risky behaviors, maybe someone who had gone out and was partying before, and now they're all of a sudden they're becoming extremely social, drinking more than usual. Maybe somebody who's experimenting with drugs or using more. Those can all be signs. Or someone who used to be engaging like in the classroom, and they may have used to been used to answering questions, and now they're not participating, not turning in assignments on time, turning in things late, all of those things. So any changes in behaviors we want to do. And so once you could see in the video that he was seeing these warning signs. Well, Dad, you used to love the guitar, you used to love to play, and it seemed like them playing together used to be something that they did, and now he wasn't doing that, going out with friends. So you could tell that she really wanted to have that conversation, and so being able to start that conversation is so important. And I remember when I was doing trainings with Talk Saves Lives, for college advisors and professors, some of the staff. One of the questions I would ask them is, what would keep you from starting that conversation or asking someone directly, have you been having thoughts of suicide, feeling suicidal? Is that something you've been thinking about? And the number one response I always got was, what if they said yes? I wouldn't know what to do. If they said yes, I'm not sure how I would handle that. And I get that, and I love that they were so honest with me in answering that. It was really we had this open conversation about how I really think that's a normal thought and feeling is, gosh, what happens if they do say yes? I'm not sure I'm equipped for them. And so that's why it's so important to participate in the trainings and that to have conversations like this because if you're unsure, you're not comfortable about say or how to say it, you're going to be less likely to start that conversation. And with this situation, you can tell they were close and their family, their father. So she may have felt more comfortable to start that conversation and be direct. And so she was pretty direct, and Dad, how have you been feeling? Are you having thoughts of suicide? Those are direct ways to say it. And you can start that way. But for some of us, we may not have that great of a relationship with the person we're concerned about. Or maybe we're a really close friend and we're concerned, what if they get angry if I ask them that, question? Or what if they just shut down completely? So sometimes you can start out with something just more easy of, man, I noticed that you've been feeling really down lately. I'm really concerned about you. I want you to know that I'm here for you and I'd love to talk with you. I've had down days myself, and or even talking about some of the things that about depression or anxiety that you've heard could even just start that conversation and help them to open up. And I think one of the most important things to do is just to let the person know that they matter and that they matter to you and that they are important to you. So starting that conversation and then listening, we want to just listen. That I know that's been said before.
Or advice giving.
Yes, yes. We don't want to give advice or tell them things. You've got so much to look forward to. Look at everything that's going right for you. Because in their minds at that time, they're not feeling that way. They're
Even
not.
like the little wins, right, Beth, of like you said, like what the things that are going right. So sometimes I tell people, like, you know what, it's okay if you got up this morning, then that's a win. If you
Yeah.
showered, if you did one thing, that is a win. That's something, and little by little, and getting that in there. And the other part I wanted to add in what you had said too of conversation starters I have had in my practice where I've worked. Teenagers ask me if, like, what do I do? I have a friend that's struggling and I want to help them, but I'm worried that they're going to get mad at me, like you talked about. And so, at AFSP, like even in the Talk Saves Lives presentation, one of the things that they also recommend is to, like, talk to a trusted adult, like a school counselor or a teacher, somebody, or something like that. So if you're worried, then that kind of puts that not responsibility, but that kind of gets someone else involved. So that way it takes the pressure off of you.
Exactly, exactly. And you know what? In all honesty, you may not be the person that they feel the most comfortable talking to.
Mm-hmm.
You can ask them, are you comfortable enough, talking with me and sharing, how you're feeling with me? But if not, is there someone that you do feel safe with? That is there one safe person that you feel you could have a conversation with when you're struggling or when you're feeling depressed or anxious, or not yourself? Who would be that person? And then maybe try to help them get connected to that person. And I know there are times, you just don't want to leave them alone because you are so worried. And that's we do have so many resources available that you can help connect them to. And Dimple, do you want to talk about those?
Yeah, and like the other part too is like we want to keep like the conversation going, and like Beth had talked about like what makes you feel supported. But also I would say make a list of those when you're regulated, because when you're in a distressed state, you're anxious or you're feeling depressed, you're not going to be able to like identify like right away of like, oh, this is what it is, or this is what kind of support I need. But even if you have something ready to go or written down, then it's like, here are my choices of things that I've already identified. Let me try to go through the list. And the other part we often stress too as like clinicians of practicing self-care. It is so important. You have to take care of yourself. And also, if you're struggling, don't feel the pressure and the burden to also be there to support someone else. Like it's okay to identify that, you might need to take a step back, but be there in ways that you can support in what makes you feel comfortable. And how do you relieve stress? For me, it's going outside, sitting outside for a few minutes when I'm letting my dogs out. Or lately, I've been craving a lot of like frozen yogurt, and so just like getting myself. I'm like, you know what, just go. It makes me feel happy. You know what, it's gonna make me feel a little like calm, but also like eating things that I like, or spending time with some friends, or going out to do things. And so little things like that are important. And kind of going to resources too of, if you guys noticed a little bit ago, I think on the bottom, it's at the 988 number, which is a really important one for the suicide prevention. There you go. It's right there. Easy number to remember, just like 911, but 988 for mental health support. And it is 24/7. There are individuals there to support you. Even if you are not struggling yourself and you need advice or support on how to help someone else, feel free to call them. It's not just for those that are struggling, but it's there for everyone to help support. And the other part too is that you can call and text. So there's multiple ways to be able to do that as well. And there's a lot of like communities where there's a lot of shame and stigma surrounding mental health, and especially suicide. And if you are in a situation where you don't feel supported, or don't have anybody, or don't know what to do, or anything, this is a great resource to be able to do and go anonymously too, and be able to call.
Yeah, and I do want to just go back just a little to this whole concept of self-care. It is, I don't know how much people realize how important this is, but it's so important to practice positive, personalized self-care. So what I mean by that, this idea of personal self-care, it's self-care should be individualized to what you enjoy and what works for you. And so, yes, like getting out in the sun, we know that exercising and eating healthy are all things that are going to be positive supports for health. But for some people, getting out in the sun, that may not be something that they really enjoy. So going on like long hikes or bike rides. So, but they might enjoy reading. So can they take a book out 30 minutes and sit in a chair or something outside, or in a coffee shop somewhere outside, and just read for 30 minutes in the sun? My son, for instance, what gives him the biggest boost of self-care, of energy, and boosts his mood is jujitsu. It's something that he just started about a year ago, and that has had such a positive impact on him. For me, I dare think of doing that, but for me, I meditate, and I spend time with my dogs. I have 2 dogs. We go for walks and playing with them, petting them, anything that's soothing. So it has to be what really you. So I loved hearing you say, Dimple, getting that yogurt, and it could be, a long hot bath, or anything that just helps rejuvenate you or feels important to you. Journaling, anything that brings you some positive thoughts is going to brings you some hope, is going to be good. I also did want to just finally mention, we do have suicide support for the community, the Trevor Project, and feel free to reach out on our web, AFSP.org. We have lots of resources on there as well. But please don't hesitate. If you know someone who's struggling, please reach out. There is help available for you. And
adding on to that too, of going to get counseling services. I personally am a therapist, and I take medication to manage my anxiety and depression, as well as seeing my own therapist. And that's something that is powerful for me. And I also mentioned that to like my in sessions as well, to help normalize mental health issues. The other part too is if you're not sure where to go to find a therapist, I have even looked up myself for people to find services and support at www.psychologytoday.com. I think that's a great one to be able to find psychiatrists and counselors, therapists, master's level, doctoral level, family marriage therapists. Everybody's on there. It's a great resource there. And the other one too is call your insurance provider. Find out your insurance benefits. This is something that I always advocate in sessions too. Know what your mental health benefits are before you go looking into services, just so you are knowing like what is there a copay, how much is your deductible before, or are there any free sessions available. And also if you're at work, look into EA. I think it's called the Employee Assistance Program, EAP sessions that some companies offer. That's another great way to be able to get support. And especially if you're a college student, look into your counseling services at your university. I went to DePaul University in Chicago, and sessions were, I think, a limit of 20 at $5 a piece. And so that was really affordable for me to be able to do that. So there's a lot of resources available. And to end with that, please go to www.afsp.org for more information.
Yes, and please do not hesitate. I know sometimes seeking out services and them can be self, especially if you're lacking motivation and aren't feeling up to it. That's why it is so important to maybe identify that one person who can help you do that. So, but thank you so much for attending today's session.
Thank you both. That was very informative. And hopefully, maybe this won't be our live stream. I don't know. But if you were unable to catch that, again, this is all going to be saved on our socials, and you can catch us later. All right. Thank you, Dimple. Thank you, Beth, for joining us today.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, y'all. So our next session, it's my turn. We're going to be covering something called Real Convo, which is sort of a guide and practice for having real conversations, except I'm going to do it in Spanish. So this is going to be fun. Here's a quick view while I get everything started and all my stuff preloaded. Todos merecemos sentirnos escuchados porque necesitamos recursos e información en español. Y mientras acomodo mi presentación, esta campaña está disponible en Instagram, en Facebook también, en nuestras redes sociales lo hemos puesto para la comunidad. Tiene varios recursos y como dije, son prácticas de cómo tener conversaciones sobre nuestra salud mental y ojalá y les ayude. A ver, aquí estamos. Deje nomás. Ok, listo. ¿Cómo empezar y seguir una conversación sobre nuestra salud mental? Necesitamos capacitación especial porque no todos sabemos cómo conversar y cómo llegar a tener una conversación con nuestros amigos, con familia, sobre nuestra salud mental. Muchas veces no sabemos dónde empezar, no sabemos qué pregunta hacer, pero sí vemos que están teniendo problemas, se están desconectando, están durmiendo mucho. Vamos a tener varios ejemplos por parte de esta presentación. Así que, primero, ¿cómo empezar y continuar y seguir una conversación sobre nuestra salud mental? Primero hay que hacerles saber a las personas que podemos hablar de él, hablar abiertamente de tu propia salud mental. A la gente sabrá que pueden hablar contigo. Si tú abiertamente discutas, hables de tu salud mental, de que no te estás sintiendo bien, de que tienes ansiedad, de que tienes depresión, de cómo estás tratando de cuidarte a ti mismo. Si hablamos de eso abiertamente, sabemos y les damos a ver a nuestros familiares, a nuestros amigos, de que pueden acudir a nosotros, que pueden hablar con nosotros sobre los problemas que ellos tengan con respecto a su salud mental. ¿Qué le puedes decir a alguien que está pasando un momento difícil? Bueno, confía en tu instinto y si crees que alguien está pasando por un momento difícil, habla con esa persona en privado. Comienza con una expresión de afecto seguida de una observación. En inglés eso se dice active listening. Es cuando estamos poniendo atención a lo que nos están diciendo y se lo repetimos para que ellos sepan que estamos escuchando con intento, con afecto. Por ejemplo, me dijiste tú que has dormido mucho y que no te sientes bien. Esa es una observación mía. Por ejemplo, me estás diciendo que ya no quieres vivir, que te sientes triste, porque así estamos diciéndole a ellos que estamos escuchando. El momento no tiene que ser perfecto. Es posible que no siempre puedas hablar con alguien en el momento exacto que notas que podrá estar sufriendo. A veces, lo ideal es saber brindar algo de tiempo y lugar. Hazle saber a esa persona que puede tener una conversación cuando lo considere adecuado. Por ejemplo, notaste que se está sintiendo mal, que se ve triste, que está durmiendo mucho. Le hiciste saber, oye, mira, estoy notando que estos síntomas, podemos tomar un momento para hablar sobre esto. Y a lo mejor ellos dicen, ¿sabes qué? Ahorita no, porque no me siento bien. Está bien, hay que seguir preguntando, hay que seguir alertándolo a cómo los estamos viendo, a qué percibimos de su salud mental. Estarían más en paz hablando con alguien más. Si sospechas que la otra persona podría sentirse más cómoda hablando con alguien más, puedes ofrecer ayuda para ponerlos en contacto. Quizás tú no eres la persona adecuada para hablar con ellos. Quizás se sienten más cómodos con otro amigo, con otro familiar, y no necesariamente contigo. Eso está perfectamente bien. Hay que especialmente cuidar de que ellos se sientan en paz, y que los estamos cuidando. ¿Qué pasa si dudan? La otra persona podría pensar que compartir sus sentimientos puede resultar una carga para los demás. En tus propias palabras, dile, quiero estar aquí para ti. Entiendo que la vida es compleja, así que estoy aquí para escucharte y apoyarte. Como dijimos, a lo mejor tú no eres la persona adecuada, pero le puedes decir, si estás dudando, yo estoy aquí, yo te puedo escuchar. Si no, hay que buscar a otra persona que te pueda ayudar. Dime quién es, y vamos a contactarlos. ¿Qué pasa si te dice que verdaderamente lo está pasando mal? ¿Qué pasa? ¿Qué tal si te dijeron, sí, sabes qué? Estoy pensando en suicidarme. Asegúrales que está bien hablar de ello. Luego puedes pedir más detalles y hacerles saber que puedes acompañarlos en este periodo de crisis. Además, asegúrate de mencionar que obtener ayuda de un profesional de salud mental puede marcar una diferencia en su situación. Ofrece ayudarles a conseguir ayuda. Te dicen, ya hiciste la pregunta y luego te dicen, ¿sabes qué? Sí es cierto. No me he sentido bien, me siento deprimido, siento que tengo necesidad de suicidarme. Entonces, nosotros le decimos, está bien, vamos a conseguirte ayuda. A lo mejor yo me siento contigo y hablamos al 988. A lo mejor yo me siento contigo, buscamos a otra persona con la que te sientes más cómoda. A lo mejor nos ponemos en la computadora y hacemos una búsqueda para ayuda de salud mental. Pero estamos con ellos y los aseguramos que los estamos escuchando. Cuando termina cuando la conversación está terminando, al terminar la conversación reitera que te alegra haber tenido la oportunidad de compartir con esa persona algo tan significativo en la vida con este grado de franqueza, porque en verdad sí, fueron honestos y francos contigo. Recuérdale que inevitablemente todas las personas afrontamos desafíos y seguirás siendo su apoyo, porque tener estos sentimientos de tristeza y de depresión no son culpa de nosotros. Entonces has tenido una conversación, una real convo sobre la salud mental y deberías enorgullecerte de haber tenido esa conversación con alguien, pero no lo vamos a dejar allí. Realiza un seguimiento para hacerle saber que estuvo bien abrirse, qué bueno que se contactaron contigo, que te importa y que sigue siendo una persona con la que puedes hablar con seguridad sobre la salud mental. Y luego, ¿qué tal si tú estás buscando ayuda? ¿Qué puedes hacer? Hablar sobre la salud mental puede resultar algo difícil, especialmente si estás teniendo dificultades. Y aquí les presentamos una continuación de esta guía. Primero, iniciar la conversación. La mejor manera de abordar el tema de salud mental con alguien es tratarlo como algo importante, porque lo es, porque esa persona merece estar aquí, porque esa persona es importante y porque tú que estás iniciando esa conversación eres importante también. Programa una hora. Si ese momento no es conveniente para ambos, programa una hora que les funcione. Tal vez acudiste a alguien y te dicen, sabes que este no es el mejor momento, pero tú sientes que tienes que hablar con alguien, entonces pregúntale. Si no hoy, si no ahorita mismo, entonces ¿cuándo? Y si no tú, entonces ¿con quién? Sigue siguiendo con esas preguntas. No te rindas. El hecho de que quieras tener una conversación no significa que para la persona será conveniente en ese momento. Esto no significa que no se preocupen por ti. Si la primera persona con la que te comunicaste no está disponible, por cualquier motivo, intenta con otra persona. Busca a otro familiar, busca a otro amigo, marca el 988. Hay personas entrenadas en esta ayuda para que te puedan conseguir recursos o para que se puedan sentar a hablar contigo. Explica qué es lo que estás viviendo. Explica los cambios en tus pensamientos, en tus sentimientos, comportamientos, sueño, energía y estado de ánimo y también desde cuándo han estado ocurriendo, cuándo empezaste a sentirte así. Puedes decirle que has sentido agobio, ansiedad o depresión, o que las estrategias que utilizas para afrontar los problemas ya casi no funcionan. Si tienes un historial de depresión o de ansiedad y usualmente tienes prácticas que te ayudan a minimizarlo o a controlarlo y no están funcionando, hazle saber a la persona con la que te estás comunicando. Después de la conversación, ahora que te has abierto de una manera tan valiente, porque sí lo es valiente, y con fortaleza sobre lo que estás viviendo, es posible que sientas algo de nervios. Después de la conversación, puedes comunicarte con la persona con quien hablaste, agradecerle por tomarse el tiempo para hablar y hacerle saber lo importante que la fue para ti, porque alguien finalmente te escuchó. Entonces, has tenido una real convo, un real convo sobre tu salud mental con alguien. Tú decidiste con abrirte y hablar con una persona, a buscar ayuda y a tratar de hablar de lo que está pasando, ¿verdad? Porque nosotros, como dije antes, somos importantes. Tú eres importante. A ver, si alguien te dice que está pensando en suicidarte, entonces abriste esta conexión, hablaste con alguien, le dijiste que estás viendo que se ve deprimido, que está durmiendo mucho, que se ve triste, que se ve agobiado, que se ve que tiene ansiedad, que presenta síntomas a lo mejor de pensamientos de suicidio. Entonces, ¿qué? Y te dicen, ¿sabes qué? Sí estoy pensando en suicidarme. ¿Qué hacemos? Hazle saber que estás escuchando. En primer lugar, asegúrale que escuchas lo que dice y que te lo tomas muy en serio. Practicamos hace un poco esa activación, ese intento de escuchar activamente. Repíteles lo que te están diciendo para que se sientan asegurados. Muestra tu apoyo y alienta a la persona a que siga hablando. A tu manera, asegúrate de que sepa que la acompañas y que te importa. Menciona que quieres saber más sobre cómo se siente y por lo que está pasando. Escucha activamente y muestra curiosidad e interés por los detalles. Lo más importante que podemos poner entre una persona que se intenta o que está pensando o que tiene pensamientos de suicidio es tiempo. Sigue hablando con él, ella, él, y que te digan qué es lo que está pasando, que te expliquen tu historia. Tú aliéntalos y escúchalos con mucho detalle. Pregúntale sobre los cambios en su vida y cómo los está afrontando. Averigua cuánto tiempo hace que la persona se sienta así y los cambios que ha generado en su vida, porque así seguimos esa conversación. Sé directo si sospechas que una persona está pensando en el suicidio. Si crees que alguien tiene pensamientos suicidas, confía en tu instinto y pregúntale de forma directa. Las investigaciones muestran que si preguntas, no le pondrás la idea en la cabeza ni lo animarás a hacerlo. Esto ya lo hemos probado. A menudo sentirá alivio al saber que alguien se preocupa lo suficiente como para escuchar sobre su experiencia con los pensamientos suicidas. Han habido investigaciones. La ciencia dice que si le preguntas a alguien que si están pensando en el suicidio, eso no les mete la idea a la cabeza. Como dijimos, muestra que si le preguntas, que ellos sentirán alivio y que alguien se preocupa por ellos. ¿Qué puedes decir si alguien te dice que está pensando en suicidarse, que están pidiendo ayuda? Primero, mantén la calma. El hecho de que alguien tenga pensamientos suicidas no significa que éste esté en peligro inminente. Tómate el tiempo para escuchar con calma y comprender lo que tiene que decir. Asegúrale que hay ayuda disponible, que tiene personas que la aman y que estos sentimientos son una señal de que es hora de hablar con un profesional. Estás platicando, están hablando, a lo mejor están en su casa, a lo mejor están en una cafetería, a lo mejor están en la escuela, en un lugar privado y están hablando y te están diciendo qué es lo que están sintiendo. Sigue alentándolos, sigue haciéndolos creer y sentir que son apoyados y tú mantén la calma porque reitero otra vez, el hecho de que alguien tenga pensamientos suicidas no significa que en este momento están en peligro. Sigue su ejemplo y ten en cuenta cuándo tomar una pausa. Esa es una conversación difícil, en verdad, de tener. Así que asegúrate de que la otra persona sepa que puede detenerse si siente que hablar de eso le resulta demasiado difícil en ese momento. Hay que tomar pausa, hay que dejarlo respirar, pero que sigan contándote su historia. ¿Cómo sugerir que podrían beneficiarse de la ayuda profesional y ayudarle a conseguirla? Recuérdale que quieres ofrecerle apoyo teniendo esta conversación, pero que no eres un profesional de la salud mental y que hablar con esos profesionales puede ayudar a cualquier persona a procesar un desafío. Ofrécete a ayudarle a conectarse de cualquier manera en la que te sientas bien. Puedes ofrecerte a hablar con su proveedor de atención primaria como próximo paso. O sea, me siento contigo, hablamos al 988, yo me quedo aquí mientras ellos te responden. O como dije antes, nos ponemos en la computadora, juntos buscamos ayuda, alguien que te pueda proveer recursos y hacemos esa primera cita con un terapeuta. Me siento y te doy consejo sobre qué es lo que podemos hacer, qué pasos quieres seguir tú, cómo te vas a sentir alentado y apoyado. No todas las personas están listas para pedir ayuda profesional de inmediato. Es cierto, si alguien que sabes que está sufriendo rechaza la sugerencia de buscar ayuda profesional y si no están en peligro inminente, ten paciencia y no ejerces demasiada presión. Recuérdale que si aún no quiere reunirse con alguien en persona, hay otras opciones. He repetido 988. Esa es una opción que puede ser anónima, que es privada, donde ellos pueden hablar en cualquier momento, cuando se sientan incómodos, cuando tengan esa ansiedad, cuando se sientan deprimidos, cuando tengan esos pensamientos de suicidio, pueden llamar al 988 y solamente pueden llamar. La opción está disponible en español, pero solo por área telefónica, no pueden mandar por texto. Cuando la conversación se está terminando, al terminar la conversación reitera que te alegra haber tenido la oportunidad de compartir con esa persona este grado de franqueza. Recuérdale que todas las personas afrontamos desafíos y que seguirás estando allí para ella. Si una persona está en peligro inminente, quédate con ellos. Ayuda a remover los métodos que podrían causar daño. Llama al 988, que es la línea de crisis y suicidio que he repetido ya varias veces. También, alternativamente, pueden marcar ayuda al 741-741 para la línea de texto de crisis. En esta línea de texto sí está disponible en español. Alenta la idea de buscar ayuda o de ponerse en contacto con su médico o terapeuta. Aquí, como he dicho, hay que estar con ellos, hay que alentarlos y hay que hacerlos seguir que están siendo apoyados. Seguimos. Ya, Real Combos, cómo hablar con una persona sobreviviente de una pérdida de suicidio. Aquí hay algunas sugerencias de cómo navegar la conversación. En este momento o en este ejemplo, estás hablando con alguien que ha sufrido de la pérdida de un amigo o un familiar por suicidio. ¿Qué hay que hacer? Primero, escucha con paciencia y sin prejuicios. Procura hacer que la persona sobreviviente de la pérdida se sienta cómoda para expresar su enojo, frustración, su miedo, su alivio, su tristeza o cualquier otra emoción que pueda sentir, porque hay varias emociones, ¿verdad? O simplemente brinda tu compañía. La sola presencia de alguien que se preocupa puede ofrecer mucho consuelo y aliento. Nosotros, por ejemplo, a lo mejor no podemos empatizar con ellos porque no hemos sobrevivido lo mismo, pero solamente estando con ellos y apoyándonos puede brindarles un momento de alivio. No digas, entiendo por lo que estás pasando. La pérdida por suicidio no es igual a ninguna otra pérdida. No puedes comprender realmente cómo se siente la persona sobreviviente de la pérdida. Eso está bien y está bien reconocerlo. Está bien decir algo como, no sé qué decir, pero estoy aquí para escucharte o ayudarte con cualquier otra cosa que necesites. Puedes decir algo como, yo no he sufrido por lo mismo, pero estoy aquí para escucharte o ayudarte con cualquier otra cosa que necesites. Puedes decir, yo no sé cómo te sientes, pero estoy aquí para escucharte o ayudarte con cualquier otra cosa que necesites. No hagas preguntas indiscretas tampoco sobre cómo murió la persona, pero no tengas miedo de hablar sobre la persona que murió. Invita a la persona a hablar sobre su pérdida sin presiones. Menciona su nombre como lo harías después de cualquier otra pérdida. Dale la oportunidad de recordar a la persona que amaba. Si la persona sobreviviente de la pérdida no menciona el método de suicidio, puede suponer que preferiría no hablar de eso en particular. En esta forma de trabajo, cuando alentamos y abogamos sobre la prevención del suicidio, algo que hacemos también es dejar de hablar sobre el método, porque el método de suicidio no importa. Lo que importa es alentar y apoyar a las personas que han sufrido una pérdida, porque es traumático. Evita los consejos triviales que pueden ser hirientes. Recuérdale a la persona sobreviviente de pérdidas por suicidio que se ocupe de sus necesidades básicas de cuidado personal. No ofrezcas consejos no solicitados ni directos, porque no existen formas correctas ni incorrectas de afrontar una pérdida por suicidio. Algunas frases comunes para expresar condolencias pueden ser hirientes y minimizar la magnitud y la naturaleza del duelo de la persona sobreviviente de pérdidas por suicidio. Aquí solo hay que decirles qué necesitas de mí, cómo te puedo apoyar, qué es lo que te hace falta mientras estás viviendo esta experiencia, cómo me ocupo de fijar que estás cuidando de ti. No asignes ni insinúes que alguien tiene la culpa. Ten cuidado de no decir ni preguntar algo que sugiera que la persona sobreviviente de pérdidas por suicidio es responsable del suicidio. Nunca culpes a alguien por tratar de responder a la pregunta de por qué una persona se quitó la vida. Y ya que las personas sobrevivientes de pérdidas por suicidio a menudo se culpan a sí mismas. No hagas preguntas como, ¿no notaron ninguna señal de alerta? O hicieron algo que le molestó. Estas preguntas no tienen base en lo que están pasando ni son importantes. Lo importante es que han pasado por una pérdida. Actúa de forma proactiva cuando ofrezcas ayuda. Muchas veces a las personas les resulta difícil pedir ayuda, en especial durante la conmoción de los primeros días después de una pérdida por suicidio. Ofrece ayuda de forma reiterada y concreta. ¿Con qué acciones cotidianas que podrían estar agregando más estrés puedes ayudar a la otra persona con el corto plazo? Si realizas sugerencias concretas, demuestras que tu ofrecimiento de ayuda es genuino y para la persona sobreviviente de pérdida será más fácil aceptarla. Por ejemplo, yo no te puedo ayudar con tu pérdida. Yo sé que eso es muy difícil, pero te puedo traer algo de comer para hoy. Ya cenaste, te puedo traer algo de comer para mañana. Te puedo recoger las flores de la funeraria. O sea, hay que ofrecer métodos concretos para poder ayudar. Ten paciencia. No trates de calcular un tiempo de duelo para la persona sobreviviente de la pérdida. La sanación después de una pérdida por suicidio es algo para toda la vida, ¿verdad? Por bien intencionadas que sean, algunas frases que se escuchan con frecuencia como esto también pasará y tienes que seguir adelante, pueden hacer que la persona sobreviviente de la pérdida sienta la presión de superarlo. Cuando has perdido a alguien, de cualquier manera es traumático y difícil. Pero cuando has perdido a alguien que murió por suicidio, ese es otro tema, algo muy difícil y no hay que ponerle tiempo a cómo sobrepasar esa experiencia. Hay que darles a ellos su tiempo y su manera de superarlo. Luego, sé constante. Continúa hablando con la persona sobreviviente de la pérdida. Hazle saber que estás pensando en ella y que estás a su disposición para lo que se necesite. Recuerda que las semanas y los meses posteriores al funeral, cuando la conmoción inicial se desvanece y se asimila en realidad total de lo que ha sucedido, puede ser el tiempo más difícil para las personas sobrevivientes de las pérdidas. Cuando alguien muere o muere por suicidio, frecuentemente mueren en un lugar que conocen, por ejemplo, si es en su hogar, en su casa. Cuando uno se enfrenta con eso, cuando es la primera persona que ha encontrado el cuerpo, eso es traumático. Cuando encuentran el cuerpo y habla uno al 911, cuando llegan la ayuda, lo primero que hacen es cubren el cuerpo y te evacúan de la casa. Entonces, después de ese instante, es posible que nunca verán a la persona que se suicidó. Entonces, hay que darles tiempo, hay que darles paciencia, hay que asegurarles que están con ellos, hay que darles ayuda concreta y, como dije, ser constante, continuar hablando con la persona que necesitas ayuda. Bueno, y eso es todo. Si tienen preguntas, por favor, déjenos en el comentario. Nosotros estamos viendo y leyendo todo lo que está pasando. Estamos en YouTube y estamos en Facebook. Si necesitan ayuda, pueden ir a nuestro sitio web, afsp.org. Allí hay más recursos disponibles para personas que han sufrido una pérdida de suicidio, para personas que están sufriendo de depresión o de ansiedad. Hay varios recursos en español. El sitio también está disponible en español para que lo puedan ver. afsp.org. Bueno. All right. That part is done. Next thing we have, actually super quick, if you're just joining us, we are the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention's Illinois chapter, and you're joining us today on World Suicide Prevention Day. We're doing a lengthy live stream. We'll be here until about 2 o'clock. We've covered a few different topics already. We've talked about our flagship program, which is Talk Saves Lives. We did a full-length presentation about that beginning at around 12:30. We also brought in an expert in our It's Real series, which is programming for youth. We talked about some stories and interactions that we've had with youth both before and after giving the presentation at local schools. And then we did a few key points from the presentation itself and discussed those. We did a PSA about our most successful campaign, which has had, I don't even know, thousands of views. I don't have it up in front of me right now, but the PSA, which has been our most successful campaign, Talk Away the Dark. It's a super short video. Hopefully you were able to catch that. If not, this is being recorded. It will stay on our social medias, so you can come back and check out everything later. And then what you just heard me go through is part of our Real Convo series. These are guides on how to have conversations about suicide prevention education, honest conversations. We did the Spanish version. As you may or may not know, but beginning September 15th is Hispanic Heritage Month, which for us coincides this week with National Suicide Prevention Week. And so we wanted to provide some sort of information for our followers and for AFSP supporters in Spanish. So coming up next, we're going to take a quick break and we're going to show a 5-minute meditation. You might have heard about this organization as well. If you have not, then I encourage you to seek them out if you can. They are Headspace, which if you're fortunate enough, to work for AFSP, we get access to this platform for free. I am very partial to meditation. It helps me get into a calm state. It helps me sort of shed my stresses and anxieties throughout the day. I have a regular schedule for meditation. It is just one method for self-care practice, which we've also reiterated throughout the whole series so far. And so without further ado, I'm going to share my screen and share our quick 5-minute meditation, and then we will be right back.
Hi, it's Eve here. Welcome to this short guided exercise designed to give you a moment to yourself, because you and your well-being matters. And it can be really hard to make time for ourselves. There are always so many competing priorities, and that is especially true if we're taking care of others, whether that's as a parent or caring for an elderly or sick family member. Or perhaps you just need to step back from work or to take a break from your studies. It is all too easy to get lost in all the obligations that we have. So my intention with this exercise is to help cultivate some space that is just for you. Your self-care time is just as important as everyone else's. And if you are taking time to nurture yourself, it means that you can then show up for those around you in a more meaningful and compassionate way. Okay, let's take a moment to get settled, whether you're sitting down or lying down, knowing that this time is for you. So allowing your shoulders to soften, the hands to just rest in your lap or down by your sides. Closing the eyes if that feels right for you, or adopting a soft downward gaze. And taking a couple of nice, big, deep breaths. Breathing in through the nose and then out through the mouth. And with each inhalation, that sense of breathing in space for yourself. And with each exhalation, that sense of letting go of whatever is not serving you. And allowing your breathing to return to its natural rate and rhythm in and out of the nose. Connecting in with the physical points of contact, the body pressing down into the seat. And perhaps offering the following kind phrase to yourself. And you can adapt it however you like. You deserve this time. You matter, and so does your well-being. It is as if you are talking to a friend, being kind and gentle. So just taking a moment with that now. So guiding your attention to rest with the breath, just tracking the sensation of breathing and knowing that the mind will wander off, perhaps get caught up in the long to-do list, responsibilities. It's okay, we can meet it with kindness, even saying, thank you, but not right now, and coming back to the breath. So noticing when the mind wanders, thank you, but not right now, and gently coming back to the breath. So coming back to the physical points of contact, the body in the seat, that sense of being held and supported. Perhaps noticing sounds around you, opening the eyes if you had them closed, and noticing how it feels to have given yourself 5 minutes. 5 minutes just for you, to pause and to nurture the mind and body. And I invite you to take with you your kind phrase, perhaps putting it on a post-it note or somewhere you can see it, to remind yourself that your well-being matters. Time for you is really important. Thank you for joining me, and I hope to see you back here soon.
Okay.
Recordings
Oh.
just got better. Hey, it's
That's hilarious. That's what happens when you're on a live stream. All right. So thank you all for joining us for that super quick meditation. I hope you followed along. I don't know about you, Angela, but I actually practice meditation a lot. It's really helpful for me. And I haven't shared specifically yet, but I've suffered with depression and anxiety. I had postpartum depression, suicidal ideation as well. And for me, it begins with I can't get my thoughts straight and my head just feels staticky. Those are the way that I represent it outwardly.
Mm-hmm.
And so meditation is one way that helps me kind of get rid of all of that static that's in my head, and organize my thoughts, quiet my mind, and focus more on what my body's feeling, what it's doing, what's happening, and kind of ground and reorient myself. So whenever I get a chance, I try it. And oddly enough, I mean, this wasn't supposed to turn into a whole meditation session or discussion, right? But but it's been super helpful for me too. I know that the video, for example, is one way to practice meditation. But there are a myriad of ways to do that. Mindfulness, for example, is one form of meditation. And that's literally just paying attention to your surroundings, touching things, hearing things, feeling things. Where am I? What am I doing? And just kind of refocus yourself. But we use meditation a lot in our presentations and in the work that we do. It gets mentioned a lot as a strategy for self-care. And that's for a reason, right? And it's because it works for lots and lots of people. I know it can be difficult for some, and it could not work at all for others. But if you're trying to, it did take me a while to sort of get used to that. If you're practicing full-on medication, some quick tips is make sure that you're in a comfortable, quiet space where you won't have interruptions. I have children, and let me tell you that is hard to find those spaces. But I find them whenever I can. And actually, while we're on the topic, do you want to share some sort of whatever mental health or self-care strategy that you like to use?
Yeah, absolutely. So yoga for me is key. And what I like about it is a type of meditation. It's not exactly like this where it's a guided meditation where you're visualizing things, but it's so difficult at times to be paying attention to exactly where my body is supposed to be. And it's like, which foot is forward, and drawing your navel in towards your spine and reaching your arm up to the sky. And when you do all of those things together, it's a form of meditation because it does quiet that monkey mind in the sense that you're not able to keep obsessing or start obsessing about some of those other things in your day. Your attention is so focused on following the teacher and doing the poses correctly that for me, it's great. Like if I go in there and say, okay, I'm really just not going to think about work. I'm just going to set my thoughts aside. I can't intentionally do that because the more this is a cognitive behavioral type of discussion, but the more you try to not think about something, the more you're actually going to end up thinking about it. And so for many people, that active meditation, doing something like yoga, doing something where they're so engrossed in the cognitive aspect of it that there's no extra headspace available to worry about things for an hour, is a great break. It just gives your mind and your body a chance to relax. So for me, it's really yoga. The other thing that's really important for me is just getting out for a walk. If I can do nothing else, if I can just get out for a walk around the block. And like you said, practice that mindfulness. Try to think about what I'm hearing. Oh, are those the birds? Oh, the cicadas are out and it's earlier than usual. Just any of those types of noticing your environment, 3 things you can smell, 3 things you can see, 3 things you can hear. It does really just kind of give your monkey mind, as they call it, and I think in Buddhism, a chance to rest. And I have found that it actually clears your head. And by the time I get back to my computer, if I was stuck on something, honestly, if I just take that 10 or 15-minute walk, by the time I get back, I've realized what it is I need to be doing.
Right.
So it kind of helps to solve the problem. But I mean, the key about self-care is just to do what works for you. And, some people love to read trashy romance novels. Some people are really into the true crime podcasts. All of that works. It's really just all about what works for you. What gives you a little sense of peace, what gives you a break, what kind of energizes you and allows you to be ready for what comes next and kind of center.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And with that, we're gonna talk to you for a couple of minutes on something that's very important for us in order to continue the work that we're doing.
Sure.
The advocacy that we provide, the free educational resources that we provide for our community. We're gonna walk through one of our donation sites. So it looks like this. Super fun. And then Angela, let me take away this ticker and then I'll let you kind of guide us.
Sure. And if you don't mind while I'm talking just a little bit, you can throw that link into the chat there so people know how to get here. People often ask, so the Out of the Darkness walks are our primary source of funding for our chapter and for everyone's chapter, not just Illinois, but it is a primary source of funding, and we'll talk a little bit more about walks later, and it's a great way to get involved. We always like to say our walks are awareness events and not fitness events. We do have a fitness event, and it's the marathon if you're really interested in that. But anyway, the walks are just a great time to get together, to share resources, to meet other people who have also walked in this journey. And so they're great. If the walks are not for you, and they may not be for everyone, people will often say, is there a way that I can just make a general donation to the chapter? And we do have this site here, which is the Illinois Circle of Hope. And it's the place that you can get to by going to afsp.org/IL Circle. And it's kind of our general donation page. And so when you get to it, you don't necessarily, I don't want anybody to feel like you're joining a society or that you have to be a monthly giver. If you do click on that donate button, it's going to take you to a lot of different places, different ways that you can donate. And one of them is a one-time donation. So for example, if you've been enjoying this live stream and you think you'd like to, give a little donation for this 5 hours of content that you've seen today on World Suicide Prevention Day, you could go to this site and simply click on one-time donation. You can pick any of the suggested donation amounts that they have there, or you could click other. Some people who are interested in this cause will do a little fundraising on their own, not necessarily a walk, not necessarily a full-scale event, but they might have a bake sale and say something like, I'm going to raise some funds for suicide prevention and for the Illinois chapter of AFSP. And you may have some random amount that you've collected, like $67.30. And this is where you can go and very easily click on that one-time donation. You can click other, and then you can take, anything you've earned from the lemonade stand and just make a quick donation with your credit card. And then what you'll see here, that it does let you suggest the area of AFSP's work that you're most interested in. And so that's really nice because, they're all very important buckets of prevention work that we do here, but you can designate there maybe where you'd like to see your donation go towards the most. And then if it is in memory of a loved one, you're absolutely welcome to put that in there. And you can ask if you would like the gift to be anonymous. And you can also do some corporate giving here too. As you'll see, you can give on behalf of your company. And occasionally those are matched. That is a not very well known source of additional funding for AFSP Illinois, and all of AFSP is corporate matches, company matches. There are so many companies who will match donations to charitable nonprofits, and it's certainly worth checking out with your place of business as well. So that is the very easy way. That is the very easy way to make kind of a general donation with your credit card, with PayPal, as you can see, with Amazon Pay. Luma's clicking through here. There's a lot of different ways to do it. It's an easy way to make a one-time donation. If you are so inspired, you can do a monthly donation as well too. And I'm sure, just like you do with your public radio and probably some of the other charitable giving that you do, it's the same. You could choose a monthly donation, and whatever is comfortable for you, that would go towards our chapter, and it would be an ongoing donation, which is very nice for us because it allows us to do a little more planning. But any donations are gratefully accepted. As Luma was saying, it's what allows us to continue to provide all of this programming for free. All of our resources are absolutely free to any Illinois resident. All you have to do to get a free resource, a box of free resources, not even just a free resource, we'll send you boxes of free resources, and you can just request those at our afspmaterials.org site. And I guess we could probably throw that in the chat as well. But this could be for schools, for rec centers, for your place of business, for your place of worship. Again, you can request a free program. You can request free resources. We are here for you. It is all completely free, and it is due to the outstanding fundraising and donations from everyone. So thank you for everyone who's viewing this right now, and thank you to everyone who has donated, and thank you to everyone who will donate again. Again, thank you so much.
Okay, so with that, our next segment is on our advocacy work. AFSP Illinois, we do have an advocacy program. We meet, well, actually, before I get started on that, let me just generally say we will be talking about advocacy and how we do that at AFSP Illinois, specifically for suicide prevention. And then we'll get into those details that we have been mentioning throughout this entire stream, which is 988. We'll get into a few more details about what it does, how it helps, how you can use it. And we'll let Steve talk about that. Steve Moore is another AFSP Illinois board member. We'll let him introduce himself and share his story. And then, as I said, he will be sharing information and resources on our advocacy and 988. So I'm
not sure if Steve.
I'm going to look real quick and see if we have any comments. Do we have comments? You know, if you comment, we can feature you on the live stream.
True.
So that you get to show off your commentary. I don't see anything. Which
caught up here. Yep.
I don't see any comments though. I think that's cool. So again, if you have questions throughout the programming, feel free to leave them in the comments. Before or after segments, we'll try to take a peek and address those. Again, thank you for joining us on this lovely Sunday on World Suicide Prevention Day. And just before we get started, I will bring Steve on stage with us. But the World Suicide Prevention Day can be difficult for those who have experienced a loss. So if you are finding it difficult today and you need assistance, as we've been saying, please call or text 988 to find some support. And with that, hi, Steve.
Hello. I am still trying to figure out how to upload my video or my PowerPoint.
Okay.
Sorry if it's technical difficulty.
It's all good.
No worries.
We'll give you a minute.
Yeah. Problem was I have videos in it and there's a size limit now I realize to what I can upload.
Yeah. Welcome to live streaming, y'all. We can't iron out all the kinks all of the time because I'll let you know that part of the work that we're doing while Angela and I, and actually it gives you a little insider look into how AFSP Illinois works too, is oftentimes we're dealing with the struggle of having so much need, but technically there are only three employed people for the Illinois chapter. And everyone else who we've invited so far are all volunteer board members. And they all do such incredible advocacy work for AFSP Illinois. They all donate their time and energy to that advocacy work, to bringing free presentations to the community, to doing free speaker moments as volunteers. So they don't get paid to do this work. They do it because they have a connection or they're passionate about suicide prevention. One of the things I mentioned when I was doing the Real Convo guide in Spanish, which I really liked that it kind of brought up, was just that you are important. You are important. You deserve to be here. And so this work is important. Suicide prevention advocacy is something that we should all be doing. So with that, are we okay, Steve? Do we need to give you a little bit more time?
Let's see if this works. Just see.
Am
I sharing my screen?
You are.
Okay, let's do slide slow from the beginning.
Looking good. All right, I'm going to mute. Yep. All right. Thanks, Steve.
All right. Take it away, Steve.
All right, so as the title says, I'm Steve Moore. JD means I am an attorney. Actually, I'm retired. I've been volunteering with AFSP since 2009 when I joined the board of directors. And so let me real quickly give you the agenda, what we're going to be doing today. First of all, I'm going to go through my journey to advocacy, how it is that I got started providing advocacy for AFSP for suicide prevention. Next, I want to talk about the power of your story, which is really important when it comes to advocacy. Finally, then what is advocacy? We tend to think that it's just, talking to legislators, but there's a whole lot more that you can do that can help prevent suicide in the advocacy field besides just talking to legislators. Then we'll talk about what are these issues that you could be talking about. And so we'll go through AFSP's public policy priorities. And this is something that we really revise regularly. And this shows all the types of things we do, both on a federal level and on a state level. But then we're going to focus on something really important that's really kind of hot right now, which is 988, which is the new suicide prevention line. Or actually, it's a revision, a shortening of the original line. And also, I want to get into a little bit about what that means in the future. And we'll talk about the continuum of care and how the 988 fits into that. Then we'll give some how do you share your story, which is really important to do it right. And finally, just some advocacy tips. When you are going out there doing advocacy, these are some of the things that you could be doing. So let's get started. First, I want to get, again, my journey to advocacy. So my journey started with my son, Paul. Paul was a sophomore at Grinnell College in 2006, and he died by suicide. His was one of the ones that, we just didn't see coming. We talked to friends, teachers, that was something that, kind of surprised us all. But, retrospect, we go back and look at some of the things that we've been told. It's possible he was dealing with depression, possible anxiety, and that's a tough age, 19 in school, away from home. It's just a difficult one. And, somehow we lost him. And, one of the things that I do is, in addition to my work at the AFSP, I volunteer with Catholic Charities program of loving outreach for survivors of suicide. And it's support groups for people that have lost someone. And I can tell you that having done I've probably heard hundreds of stories of lost survivors. And, they're all different, but they're all the same. They all have different aspects of them. Paul certainly was different than others and some of the things we saw. But the bottom line is he died by suicide. And that's something that, we see that we have in common with just about everybody. Now, how I really got started, though, after I was a board member, I started getting involved with AFSP's public policy program, which started up about a year after that. And a couple of years later, we had a conference with former Congressman Patrick Kennedy. And Patrick had, while he was in Congress, he developed, actually it came to a head, his bipolar disorder and also substance use disorder. He ended up having to leave Congress. But before he left, he was instrumental in passing a bill that provided for, or really strengthened the rules for mental health parity. The idea for parity is that we really should have the similar terms and conditions for mental health coverage and insurance as you have for your physical health. And so he was instrumental in getting that done. And now he's really spending the rest of his life, since 2014, it's now 2023, he's still doing this. In fact, the Kennedy Forum is something he's formed that its biggest priority really is still working on mental health parity. The reason this impacted me is, I don't know if you remember this, but back in the days of John F. Kennedy, his uncle, one of the things that JFK said was, for those whom much is given, much is required. Now, he gave that in a speech a couple of times. The one I read about was just after he got elected, he spoke with the Massachusetts General Assembly, and he was just giving them the idea that, you've been given a lot of responsibility, much is required of you. And this is actually something from the Bible, for unto whomever much is given, of him much shall be required. Now, the reason I thought about that is I always thought that, when you're a Kennedy, you've got lots of money, you're born into a family with a good name, you've got connections. So, Patrick certainly should have done well. But he also brought to the table his bipolar disorder and his alcohol substance use disorder. And he was taking all of that, the good and the bad, to go out there and change the world. And the reason that made an impact on me is this was at one of the advocacy forums. We had about 200 people in the room watching him speak. And during that conference, we learned, issues about AFSP. And then the next day, we're all going to go to Capitol Hill and talk with members of Congress. I think basically you could say the same thing about all 200 people. They all had good things and obviously something bad. They lost someone to suicide. They themselves were struggling. And they were taking all of that, the good and the bad, to go out to Congress the next day to change the world. To those who much is given, much is required. What we're given isn't just the good stuff; it's the bad stuff, and it's an experience that, if you've got the ability to share it, as those people did, and not everybody does. I definitely want to make it clear that I'm not putting on pressure on anyone. We all have our ability to speak about suicide at various levels, at various times in our life. But those people on that day certainly showed that they were going to use what they were given. So let's talk about the power of your story. This is something now, Jane Fonda, a couple of years ago, was given a Golden Globe Award. And during that award, she gave a great speech that I think is really important for what we're going to do here. Let's see if this works.
In turbulent, crisis-torn times like these, storytelling has always been essential. You see, stories have a way they can change our hearts and our minds. They can help us see each other in a new light, to have empathy, to recognize that for all our diversity, we are humans. And they generate a new energy that can jolt us open and penetrate our defenses so that we can see and hear what we may have been afraid of seeing and hearing. In turbulent.
So look at one of the things she said there. Your story can change hearts and minds. Stories can help us see each other in a new light. Stories can force people to have some empathy. And the one I like the most when we're talking about suicide, it can jolt us open and penetrate our defenses so that we can see and hear what we may have been afraid of seeing and hearing. When think about that, if you're going to go talk with someone about suicide prevention legislation and you tell them your story, you're doing all these things and they will remember those things. All right, next up, we're talking more than just speaking with legislators. If you go back to the 2012 National Strategy for Suicide Prevention, this is really what we currently have in this country for a strategy to prevent suicide. The very first sentence, suicide is a serious public health problem. Now, public health means we all have a role. And one of the things that they did in that strategy is they identified some of the stakeholders that would have a role in suicide prevention: businesses and employers, healthcare systems, insurers, clinicians, individuals and families, nonprofit, community, faith-based organizations, schools, colleges, universities, state and local government. All of these have a role to play. They have individual ideas. In fact, one of the things that we did in Illinois 2 years ago is we rewrote the Illinois national strategy based on the we rewrote the Illinois strategy based on the national strategy. We used some of these same concepts, and we had almost 200 different ideas, different roles that each of these stakeholders could take in suicide prevention. So let's just give an example that suicide is more, or advocacy is more than just talking to legislators. It's getting all of these stakeholders to undertake their role. Now, I'll give an example. Let's say there's legislation out there that forces a school to have a suicide prevention policy. Now, obviously, the first people we need to talk to are the officials, the elected officials that make that law. We want to talk with them, tell them why it's necessary, maybe work on the details of it and get that law passed. Now, once it's passed, it's got to be enforced. In Illinois, for example, the State Board of Education is the one that makes sure that the individual schools, districts are all doing it. But you got to remember, in Illinois, we have close to 700 school districts. So the State Board of Education can't look at every single one. I mean, they'll get a report, with a check mark saying, yes, we're complying. But if you really want to make sure there's good compliance, you need to talk to your local school board, you need to talk to your local principal. Make sure that they create a policy and make sure that you're using it. A lot of policies sit out there that just don't get used. So all of this is advocacy. not just talking to the elected official, but dealing with State Board of Education, maybe following up with them, making sure that they are enforcing it, and then talking to school boards and principals. Another, so like I said, having a parent advocating to the school board or a principal to implement their, or even not anti-bullying policies. You want to make sure they do that. A healthcare worker pushing their healthcare system to develop a zero suicide program. Zero suicide is something that a lot of healthcare systems now do. It's just creating a comprehensive approach where basically all hands on deck for preventing suicide. From the beginning a person comes into that hospital or healthcare system to the end, there's someone always looking at screening them, going into assessing whether they're at risk, providing intervention, making sure there's good referral, following up on those referrals. All of that is the kind of thing that's a healthcare worker could push their system to do. A church member going to their pastor and saying, hey, we should be talking about mental health with our congregation, and getting people to understand that mental health is just another form of health. You need to take care of your mental health, just like you take care of your heart, your lungs. You want to take care of your mind. Why don't you do that at one of our sermons? An employee going to their employer, adopt policies that promote mental health for their employees. Maybe it's being a little bit easier on some of these shift changes. Things like anything, giving time off for certain mental health issues. Writing letters to the editor of your newspaper on suicide prevention or mental health. A firearm owner going to the local gun shop and asking them to participate in a safe storage program, so that when someone feels like they are at risk themselves and they are afraid that they may use their own weapon, they can take it to a local firearm store that'll store it for them until that crisis passed. All of this is advocacy. All right, so what are some of the things that AFSP has identified for its own public policy priorities? Now, there's a booklet. In fact, one of the things I would urge anybody that's watching this video to do is go to afsp.org/advocacy. And when you do that, you'll come across all the types of things that first of all, you can download this and lots of other materials. They've got videos on how to advocate, videos on and briefing papers on individual issues. All that is up there. And if you forget that, just go to afsp.org, and there's a button there for trying to take action. And one of the actions is advocacy. So I urge you to do that and try and download this. But I'll talk about it just briefly. So what we've done this year is that we've really divided our public policy priorities into 4 discrete areas, but within those, there's a lot more. So the first discrete area, research, surveillance, data collection, and infrastructure. The second one is access to care and services. So I talked before, that zero suicide, that's part of it. Diverse, underserved, and disproportionately impacted communities and populations. System change and firearm suicide prevention. And I'll talk about each of these 4 just to give you an example of an idea of the broad range of activities that AFSP is undertaking for public policy. Now, some of these are at a state level and some of these are at a federal, some are both. Some of these are legislative action. Others may require going to agencies or individual organizations. All right, first one, research, surveillance, data collection, and infrastructure. Now, research, one of the things that AFSP is constantly doing is urging the federal government to put more money into its research. It's abysmal when you think of the impact of suicide and how many people die by suicide and how little the federal government has put into research. AFSP, which does its own funding of research, is the largest funder of non-federal funder of research in the country. But it really should be absolutely dwarfed by federal funding, but it isn't. So we are constantly advocating for more money for suicide prevention research. State infrastructure. Now, what infrastructure is it's basically having the people there that are involved in suicide prevention. For example, here in Illinois, up until a couple of years ago, we did not have any individual in the state responsible for suicide prevention. Some agencies, for example, the State Board of Education, had someone that was interested in suicide or is involved in it, but no one had it as their only single job. And one of the things that our office did was we advocated for a new state law that created within the Department of Public Health a person who is responsible for suicide prevention. And now every year we're advocating that they get sufficient funding to actually do that. So there, right now, there's a person with a budget of $750,000 that they're using for going out to get different organizations within the state using that money to provide, whether it's research or advocacy or prevention programs. But that person also was able to go to federal government and do some great grant writing. And we've gotten a couple of $1 million of funding from the federal government now that Illinois has, because we have an infrastructure that's able to ask for it and is able to then go out and find the people that can spend it appropriately. Architecture, barriers, and structures. Bridges is an obvious one. The idea here is that this gets back to one of the things we can talk about when we next up, we'll be talking about firearms. Means matter. Means matter is the concept there is that the means that one has for suicide prevention does matter, because if a person is using a highly dangerous, lethal method of suicide that gives them very little chance of changing their mind, little chance of anybody intervening, then they are more likely to die than if they use a less lethal means. Bridges, obviously, that's going to have a very lethal impact. And so if we can put architectural barriers on bridges, high places and balconies, things that, again, just make it a little difficult, make someone think twice, just create more time, is something that can be done. Go back up to the top. Should say a word about the idea of surveillance. Surveillance is the term of art for actually collecting data. The violent death reporting system is something that is done nationally and also at a state level, and that's surveillance. The idea there is that they're collecting data on exactly who is dying of suicide, how are they dying, and what are the background information of that person. So it requires quite a bit of research. It's not just the coroner, collecting, making a quick decision on what they see with the individual, but actually having to talk to the family members, doing a little research and finding out about if it was a suicide, did they have, what issues did they have personally, whether it's criminal, civil, family, or what about health issues? What about mental health? What about treatment? These are all things that the federal government, the National Violent Death Reporting System, requires the state systems to be doing. And then in Illinois, we have an Illinois Violent Death Reporting System that works with county or coroners and medical examiners to come up with that information, to make that information available to the federal government. And then with that surveillance, we can get a better idea of really what's causing suicide. So that's research, surveillance, data collection, infrastructure. All right, access to care and services. One of the first one is 988. The idea here is, when someone has a mental health issue or is in a crisis, they need someone to call. And after they call someone, if they still need someone to, come and provide some kind of right in their front door crisis service, you need to have that. Telehealth. Now, this is something that became actually much bigger during COVID. And I think we all discovered that it works. It's particularly really valuable for getting out to the rural areas where there simply are not psychiatrists or are not psychologists, and it's very difficult to get an appointment. With telehealth, you're able to now sit in your home, and your psychiatrist, psychologist can sit in their office and can make that appointment and get the help that you need. A lot of states passed laws during COVID that made telehealth legal and appropriate, because there were actually some prohibitions against it in the past. And so one of the things that AFSP is doing is trying to ensure that telehealth is universal and that it continues well past COVID. That we've found that it works, and we've found that the issues that it causes are minimal. Whatever regulations and rules that were out there prohibiting it, we've shown with COVID that it just isn't necessary, and we need to healthcare more available. Mental health parity, I mentioned that before with Patrick Kennedy. The idea here is that we really should be able to have similar insurance coverage for mental health as you have for physical health. And it's not as easy as you would think. You can have a law out there that requires it, but insurance carriers are really clever about finding ways to get around it. It's easy to do things like deductibles. How much time you can spend in a hospital. Those are quantifiable, and you can actually, the State Department of Insurance, they can do an annual review and they can look and see whether those quantifiable things are being done in parity. The difficult one when you get into the non-quantifiable ones, for example, requiring a doctor permission or review before getting treatment. Some of the things that, there's others that they can do that really what you really need. I think we've all found that you got to have at the end of the year, the Department of Insurance has to get data from the insurance carriers just showing the number of claims made, the number of claims denied, the amounts, percentages, dollars, and now they can compare the insurance for mental health to the insurance for physical health and see basically, are you denying more mental health claims? If you are, why? Now they can dig a little deeper in finding out what is it that they're doing that is allowing them to deny more mental health claims. So a lot of it is Department of Insurance for private insurance, but some of it is also federal government. Medicare, Medicaid obviously are huge for providing medical insurance, and one of the things that we need to be doing is working with Supplemental Management Services, or I'm sorry, the CMS, the federal government agency that oversees the insurance for Medicare and Medicaid, and working with them to make sure that they're also providing parity. Workforce expansion. It does no good if you've got insurance, you've got the telehealth, but if there's no one there to provide it. We need more behavioral healthcare workforce in this country, and we certainly need it in rural areas in Illinois and around the country, and certain urban areas. Workforce expansion is something that just has to be done. And there are laws. Recently Illinois, I know, has had some things that are providing some benefits for students that go ahead and promise to work in rural areas. So there's things out there, but we need to do a lot more of it. We just need a much larger workforce for behavioral health. We need more school psychiatrists. We need more of everything when it comes to behavioral health workforce. And so a lot of what we do, federal work and state work in AFSP, is workforce expansion. Okay, diverse, underserved, and disproportionately impacted communities and populations. First responders, corrections staff, frontline healthcare workers. These are important. I mean, these are one of the things that we find is that maybe they're not diverse, underserved, and proportionate, but they matter. We all are going to, we're requiring a lot of our first responders, correction staff, the frontline healthcare workers. During COVID, we're all talking about the heroes. These are all the heroes, yet they're ones that in many ways have such difficult jobs, mentally and physically, emotionally, that they have a higher risk of suicide. And so one of the things that we do try to do in FSP is, come up with, rules, regulations, statutes that can perhaps help some of these, first responders, correction staff, frontline health care workers. In fact, AFSP, we're constantly looking at, services we can provide to them. Some of our programs we have for Talk Saves Lives, all the things we're looking at. There already is, for example, a correction staff Talk Saves Lives. So we're working on things like that to make sure that they can all get programs that are really directed at them, that have some of their specific issues. LGBT individuals, communities. Again, this is a diverse, underserved, disproportionately impacted community. And so again, FSP has worked on that. We do have Talk Saves Lives for LGBTQ. And this is also a community that we just have a lot of outreach to. and we do attempt to work on that. And boy, when you look at some of the laws coming out these days with transgender, restrictions on providing services, there's a lot happening, unfortunately, on state level on some of these issues. And a lot of AFSP chapters have been out there fighting those laws, trying to ensure that these people do get the services that they're entitled to, and that these laws are not passed, or that courts work on reverse them, because unfortunately we're in an environment that a lot of work is going on out there that has to fight for these issues. Veterans, service members, and their families. One of the things that the AFSP is really doing that has a new priority is the veterans. We've worked, in fact, with Deloitte, I believe, last year to put together some ideas of who is it that we can, of the veteran community. One of the things that AFSP is planning to do is get involved more with female veterans, rural veterans, Native American veterans, to see that these are populations that don't quite get the services that are available to others, and that perhaps are at a higher risk even. Again, rural, like we said earlier, there's just really hard to get psychiatric care in rural communities. So we're working on that. One of the things also that we do in AFSP is we're one of the people that are working with the Illinois Governor's Challenge to prevent suicide, again, with service members, families, and veterans and their families. The idea there is to come up with some strategies that we can use to really target the veterans, service members, and their families. So we've done a lot of work on just creating within the healthcare community just the knowledge of the military culture. It's really important for when you're dealing with a veteran or a service member to understand the military culture. And so we're trying to get training out there for healthcare workers on that. Another big one is access to firearms. Veterans, service members, they all know how to use their firearm. Most of them will have a firearm, and firearms are a very lethal form of suicide. And one of the things that we've been doing with that is trying to get information out there to the veterans and service member and their family community of firearm safety. Just the concept of if you think yourself or a member of your family is at risk for suicide, you need to get that firearm under control and limit their access. Whether it's putting a lock on it, putting it getting it out of the house into the hands of a local gun shop or another firearm owner, just separating the weapon from the bullets. Things that can just put time and distance between a person and their weapon that they're trying to use for suicide. That's some of the things that, again, FSP on a national level and a state level has been doing a lot of advocacy for that. Finally, children, teens, young adults. The numbers through COVID particularly are on an upswing. I mean, we've seen a lot of numbers showing that particularly teen girls are showing up more at the emergency rooms with self-harm. And while the data is still limited and is still quite unclear in terms of the last year or two, there certainly is the fear that with the isolation from COVID, they weren't able to be in school. They weren't able to be with their friends. These are causing, some issues with the children, teens, young adult. And so, one of the things that we've done is we try to have some programs for those groups. And, again, constantly, most states in Illinois have been, states in the country have been working on state laws that require their states, whether it's the Board of Education, their school districts, or the schools themselves, to have suicide prevention programs, to have training for educators, or even for the whole staff. Laws on bullying, make sure that there's laws that address it, laws that require schools to have a policy and some sort of follow-up on making sure that they are actually following that policy to prevent bullying. These are all the kind of things that, again, AFSP has been doing to look at suicide prevention on these, again, diverse, underserved, disproportionately impacted communities and populations. All right, the final category is system change and firearm suicide prevention. We call it that. If you look at anyone that's familiar with our Project 2025 will probably recognize these. And the concept there had been to reduce the rate of suicide by 20% by the year 2025. We're now really want to just keep that going regardless of what happens in 2025 and well beyond it, because these are all 4 areas that AFSP has determined we can make a change. We can make a difference with some changes because these are all areas that we know that if you can work on these, you can reduce suicides. We've talked already a little bit about firearm safety. Healthcare systems, as I said before, one of the things that we've always been advocating is a thing called zero suicide, or really just getting training, a combination of training for healthcare systems so that they can recognize suicide, they do the screening. That could be just the intake person. After the screening, if it's determined that person, really simple screening, just a couple questions. There's things out there that minimal training, you can provide that initial screening. But if it's determined that a person may be at risk, then perhaps a more highly trained behavioral health professional can do a more professional assessment, determine if that person is at risk and the degree of that risk, perhaps provide some sort of intervention, because there's lots of intervention techniques at work. It's just a matter of getting the training into the healthcare systems to do it. And then, making appropriate referrals. It's crucial that you have what they call warm handoffs so that the person doesn't just leave the doctor's office, but the doctor's office, calls the psychologist, psychiatrist, make sure that they, have an appointment, make sure they meet the appointment, follow up, ask them if they made the appointment. If they didn't, encourage them to do it. It's again, the whole zero suicide concept is, from the time a person comes in the office to the time they start getting help, the healthcare system should have appropriate personnel with appropriate training that can be out there doing that work. So one of the things AFSP has been doing is working on this concept. Emergency departments, a huge percentage of people that have died by suicide have recently been to an emergency department. It may have been for something totally separate from, self-harm, but, part of that gets into, many suicides, have a different combination of issues. It could be a combination of mental health issues, physical health issues, things going on in their life, biological family issues, historical family issues, all of that. But a lot of it comes to a head with an emergency department. And if we can get them, again, emergency departments to start doing the screening and intervention, we can save lives. Finally, correction systems. With particularly in prisons, corrections has to, when a person gets arrested, they may end up in a police lockup and maybe eventually into a county jail. If they go to a trial and get convicted, have a long sentence, they end up in a state prison. These jails and prisons, all have different, suicide risk factors. Prisons, a lot of the work, a lot of the research shows that it's really the first couple of days is the biggest at-risk time or period. It may not even be all that relevant to what the particular person is being charged with. There have unfortunately been suicides of someone with just minor traffic or, things that just are embarrassing or whatever, just bring to a head some of those other suicide risk factors come together, and that imprisonment may be what actually ends up putting them over the edge. If we can get correction systems trained, to the workers there to understand, the ways to keep prisoners safe, both, the physical environment of their prison cell and getting them the health care they need, the mental health care. Here in Chicago, Cook County, the president here, the Cook County sheriff, he's repeatedly says that he's got the largest mental health institution in the country, and he's probably right. A huge percentage of the people that are in Cook County jail went in there with mental health issues. And, a lot of work that they have to do there is taking care of those mental health issues because, as we've learned, mental health is one of the biggest risk factors for suicide. So a lot of work we're doing nationally is working with correction systems to, have them do what they can to prevent suicide and promote mental health of prisoners. All right, now I want to talk about the very specific issue, and that's 988, and also the continuum of care. So 988, this is the follow-up to what used to be a 10-digit crisis line that we had nationally. And a couple of years ago, in fact, Congress passed a law that required the FCC to look into it. They did research, they talked with the phone companies, and came up with using the number 988 to do this. And so this is now the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. Now, the National Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is, as it says, a national network, but it's actually a network of state and local crisis centers. And so it's not really, owned by the federal government. It's not even owned by the states. It's local crisis centers. For example, here in Illinois, Lake County has a crisis center. DuPage County has one. Downstate, there's one that covers about 6 counties. In the city of Chicago, there's one that only covers certain area codes. So these are just local crisis centers that, some of them, let's back up a second. Some of them receive funding from the state. Others just get it through their own resources. So what this is, it's a 24/7 toll-free number. So dial 988 and you will be connected to a trained counselor. So these trained counselors will assess the risk of a person, assess whether they are at risk for suicide, and they'll just provide emotional support, crisis counseling, because quite often, these calls, I think in Illinois, so the number was close to, 25 to 30 minutes is the average call. So they're talking for a long time, primarily, providing, counseling and support and if necessary, they can give referrals, whether it's to a behavioral health service or emergency department. They can make all that. But again, the vast majority of the callers really are going to be dealing with just talking to the person on the phone and, just getting that counseling and support. Now, as I said before, it's primarily funded by the individually, but also the national network is funded by the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, SAMHSA, and it's administered by a company called Vibrant Emotional Health. So they handle the overall network, but then individually, like it says here, 200 independently operated local state-funded crisis centers around all 50 states and the District of Columbia. So it's a combination of this federal money that handles the overall system, and then the state and local that are handling the individual call centers. Now, the way it works is when you dial it in, the callers are routed to their nearest crisis center based on the area code. Now, think about that. If you're using a cell phone and you're in a different state, you're going to get your original area code from the phone number. Right now they don't have geolocation. It's just based on area code of the number. So in some sense that, does, hurt in that, if I'm in visiting California and I call, I'm going to get my 312, which is the Chicago area, and I'm going to get the Chicago office probably that, has resources in Chicago, but not where I am in California. They may be able to get some help in that, but it does cause a little bit of a problem. On the positive side, a lot of people are afraid that when they make these calls, the police are going to come, even if they don't want it, because they'll be able to identify exactly where that call is coming from. Well, it's not true. It's right now, it's just based on area code. Someday, they're talking about perhaps being able to narrow it down to the actual cell center, so the cell location, which still puts you, could be thousands of people within that area, that cell center. So they can get it, but that's not even online yet. But, there's really, minimal effort or no effort to try and get it so that someone would know exactly where you're calling from if you call with a cell phone. Going back to this, so they're connected to local counselor in their own state, at least, again, based on the phone number. However, quite often there's going to be overload. And if the local calling center isn't able to answer it, it's going to get routed. Now, here in Illinois, for example, as I said, we really had up until last summer when this went online, only about 19 to 20% of the calls made for Illinois got answered in Illinois. The rest of them went to the national backup. That's changed because with some of the federal money that came from creation of 988, Illinois was able to open a calling center in Bloomington that now handles all the backup for Illinois calls, so that if you're calling, regardless of where you call from in Illinois, if you don't reach your local calling center, you'll get picked up by the Bloomington Center, which has resources, knows the area, and will be able to get you the help that you need. And if somehow the Bloomington office doesn't pick it up, there is a national backup center that will pick up the calls. But all of that has really resulted in reduction in waiting time, so that drop calls are also down now. Basically when people call, they're going to get connected within 30 seconds, and most likely it'll be within the state. Just to give you an example of the volume we're talking about, so the most recent figures we have are for the month of July of 2023. And so during that month, these are nationwide figures. There were 462,379 contacts that got routed to local calling centers. And of that 462,000, 61,546 were veterans. And actually the way it works is if you do the 988 and then when connected, press 1, you'll get shifted over to a veterans crisis line that has trained veterans that deal with, they have the military culture and connections, resources available for veterans. And so as you can see, again, during just one single month, 61,546 veterans called that line. Now, it's also a text. Kids use text, because they may not want to be calling 988. So all you got to do is text 988, and you can get connected to again, these are trained counselors that can start chatting with you over text. There's also a chat line if you want to sit at your desktop and do that. 988lifeline.org. Just go to 988lifeline.org and you can start chatting online. And so, there are, and the texting, of course, is really important. The numbers are just astronomical in terms of changes from texting from a year ago to now, and particularly, putting in 988 has made a huge difference. And so, kids can now sit in school and text, or, do whatever, do things that they feel most comfortable with, which is just, using a text. And as I said before, you can also chat with it, and that's just 988lifeline.org, and you can use a chat with your desktop. Now, continuum of care, the reason I wanted to talk about that is 988 is really just the first leg of what we're going to be seeing in the future for how to handle people that are in a mental health crisis. Now, the first step of that is someone to talk to, and so that's 988. When you are in a mental health crisis, you want to have someone to talk to, dial 988, you'll get a trained counselor to speak with. Let's say that you are in such a situation that the counselor determines that you really ought to, have a visit from trained professionals, someone to respond. So, what that is mobile crisis centers. Illinois is just starting to do that in this year. And, we're seeing more of it. There's been some funding that the Division of Mental Health has been giving out to counties. Some cities have made proposals to put together crisis teams. Typically what you'll see is a mental health professional and a peer support, someone who's had lived experience. They would show up at the door instead of police carrying guns, which, too often doesn't end well. So if you have, trained mental health professionals and, someone with lived experience that can show up to really, try and, stabilize that person, that is crucial. So that's the someone to respond to go. Some sort of a stabilization center that you can take a person that, really can't just stay at home, needs to go somewhere, but you don't want to put them in an emergency room with all the noise and issues of and coldness of an emergency room. You want them to go someplace warmer. Sometimes there's things called living rooms. The idea of someplace that is much more comfortable, less threatening, where they can, speak with a mental health professional, be assessed, and get some, intervention that can perhaps, have that crisis, stabilized. And from there, if they need treatment, they can go where they need. But the most important thing is that there's some place that they can go, that mobile crisis response team can take them to. All of these three things are things that we are going to be advocating for really for the next decade. This is going to be a long-term project. The idea of 988, I think we're doing well in that, but we do need to see much more stable funding. Right now, Illinois is probably like most of the states. We've realized that there has been a good influx of federal funding. There's several $100 million that was allocated to the states to beef up their local calling centers. And Illinois used that to create their Bloomington Center, and they're using it to keep it running. But at some point, that funding's going to end, and we're going to need some sort of stable funding. And so a lot of states are trying to convince a lot of state AFSP offices are trying to convince their states to have some sort of a telecommunications charge similar to the 911 charge. We all have a couple pennies we're paying each month on our phone bill for 911. And why not, add a similar charge for 988? With that kind of stable funding, we could, make sure that the 988 system, is robust. You can have trained counselors that can answer those calls. Someone to respond, again, these mobile crisis response teams, a lot of the work they're doing is, coming, relieving the role of the police. I know that in talking with some of the people involved in the Illinois legislation, it was creating this, the police were behind it. And they like the idea of not having to make these calls. So it's the kind of thing that can reduce some of their work and, allow funding to be instead devoted toward mental health professionals and peer support groups, people that can actually do a better job of responding to a mental health crisis than, a police car with, and so again, that's going to be something that's done at not just a state level, but really a local level to, work with counties, work with cities to, try and create these crisis response teams and working on getting the funding for them to be able to have, stable funding for that. Someplace to go, same thing. There's some work can be done at a state level, but a lot of that's going to be local. It's going to be working with the hospitals, working with the insurance carriers to make sure that they can cover the all these. Going back, in fact, to the Summit to Respond, there's going to be insurance work on that too. If I had to call 911 because I had a heart attack, there's no doubt that my ambulance is going to get covered by my insurance carrier. They may not cover it if I call 988 and have a mental health crisis and they take me to a stabilization center. That's the kind of thing we have to work with to make sure that remember parity? Well, that's a parity issue. We need to be working on parity to make sure that all these things are covered. So someone to talk to, someone to respond, someplace to go, that's a continuum of care. That's things that we'll be seeing at a federal, state, local advocacy, insurance carriers, just a whole round, gamut of people we need to be talking to make sure that we have this. And it's going to be a long-term project. Okay, I did this kind of real briefly. These are, again, the things that, I just went through. So someone to talk to 988 at the crisis call centers, we're going to make sure that they're adequately staffed, that they have mental health professionals and volunteers. But again, have resources for the volunteers in the training for all these people so they can respond to suicide and mental health crisis. So, advocacy is going to be making sure all that happens. On the Someone to Respond, these mobile crisis response teams, we want to make sure that they're out there because these are the ones that can provide acute stabilization. They can do the assessment also and determine, what is necessary for that particular person. Maybe doing a quick intervention, but maybe take them to some sort of stabilization center. But again, we need the training, we need the funding for all these. And somewhere to go. Crisis respite and stabilization centers that provide short-term supervised care for individuals in acute crisis, distress to help de-escalate the severity of the crisis, avoid unnecessary hospitalization, and make connections to follow-up care. Again, you want to avoid just putting them in a hospital. Instead, do that in a place with people that are trained, a much more safe environment that they feel comfortable in and can get the follow-up care that they need. So as I said, the responsibility for all this is going to be the federal government, state government, counties, cities, hospitals, behavioral care centers, insurance companies. All of them have a role to play in making sure that we have a continuum of care. Now, AFSP has put together some talking points for a crisis response system, and I'll just kind of go through these real briefly. We've already talked about it, but it's a nice one place that we put it all together. So we want to have well-resourced crisis call centers in communities across Illinois. So whether it's a county, state, we want to make sure that it's urban, rural areas all have that, so that when someone calls, they've got someone there 24/7 to talk to. Then the mobile crisis outreach teams, I mean, that's a tough one, make sure that we cover the whole state, but it's got to be done. We need to get to the, whether it's the urban areas, rural areas, we need outreach teams, crisis stabilization centers throughout Illinois that can work together with the call centers to provide that continuum of care. Funding, we want to make sure that sustainable funding, whether it's federal appropriations, state appropriations, grants, service fees, make sure that there's money out there to do all of this. Public education is important also. I want to make sure people are aware of it. And I'm sure that many of you are not aware of whether it's 988, most likely not aware of the mobile crisis centers that are out there, or the stabilization centers. So these are things that we need to make people aware of, particularly 988. I mean, the first step right now is getting word out about 988. That it's available and it's out there for people to use. And we want to make sure that there's, real good reporting. We want to find out exactly who's calling. And again, that kind of gets into the surveillance I talked about earlier, just to make sure that we understand the nature of the populations out there that need the help and the type of help that they need, so that we can, start tailoring a little bit better, make sure we have the resources for the people that need it. And then the final one is integrating it all with 911. And that's going to be a trick. I mean, because that's been developed over the years. It's run by the, really, like in Illinois, for example, it's overseen by the Illinois State Police. There's a whole infrastructure set up for 911 that really has to be integrated with 988. There is a law that got passed this spring. The governor signed it, and there's a task force right now that's working on. That is one of the things that they are certainly looking at, is that integration. Also, in fact, all these things, they're looking at the funding, getting out there for 988 and how to continue it. There's a separate law that really got into the whole continuum of care, doing a lot of what we're talking about here is our talking points of making sure that there is funding, there is cooperation, there are services available. So, these are all things that are being done in Illinois, but we need to stay on top of it and make sure that it gets done appropriately and that there's funding for it. All right, now I want to talk a little bit about sharing your story, because it's really important to share your story properly. First of all, why would you want to share your story? Because they're going to forget a lot of your arguments, but they're not going to forget your story. It gives them permission to share their story. It makes a connection, and you may find out that they, have their own connection to suicide. Perhaps they lost someone, they have a friend that lost someone. When you start talking about suicide, you'll find that other people start talking about their own experiences. I want to briefly show you a clip from Kelly Cassidy, who's a state legislator. This talks about this concept of why legislators should hear from you.
But every method of communication makes a difference, from, that simple, postcards by the pound almost concept, to a canned email, to a phone call, to an actual in-person meeting. They all make a difference. And in particular, when we're talking about issues that are easily othered, that personal connection makes all the difference in the world. If a topic is complex or difficult, it's very easy and it's human nature to want to just put it over here. But when you're face to face with someone for whom this is a real life impact, you have to actually take it in, and that makes a huge difference. It being able to personalize complex issues is critical. But
so that's why you really want to talk with your legislators or whoever you're talking with. Is share your story, because they will remember it. Now, when you do that, AFSP has, go online to afsp.org. I know in the advocacy page, they have, among the resources, they show this particular slide. We're running out of time, so I don't want to go through all these, but it has some really good do's and don'ts for speaking about suicide. And I would certainly urge you, before you ever go talk to anyone about, suicide on an advocacy level, either download this off of our website or just contact Angela, Luma, and they'll send you a copy. It's really important that you follow these rules for when you do speak about suicide. So I'm going to kind of zip through some of the next couple slides, because they're all basically, I took each of these and went through them. But again, I urge you to go look at that and talk about it. All right. One thing I do want to urge you with, though, in putting aside those rules for a second, is if you're a person with lived experience, you've attempted suicide, you've thought about suicide, you've struggled against it, you want to focus your story on hope and recovery. The idea that treatment works, that suicide, mental health, these are things that can be addressed, and that's why you're going to that person, is to make sure that they, whether it's statutes, regulations, enforcement, that suicide prevention, mental health treatment work, and you're trying to get them to understand that. You, sitting in front of them, are a symbol of hope and recovery, and you want to emphasize that when you speak with them. Now, if you're a suicide loss survivor, I think it's important to focus your story on your loved one, and discuss the way they lived, not the way they died. You want to talk about the details of their life and their personality, their interests, their achievements, their goals in life. You want to really, make that person a living human being in front of them, and instead of talking, certainly you'll want to talk a little bit about how it affected you, how it affected other members of your family, maybe the whole community, because any suicide does. But it's important to make people understand that, it's the person that you lost is important. And I'm going to do a little clip here from Hamilton, I think, kind of says that.
Every other founding father's story gets told. Every other founding father gets to grow old.
When you're gone, who remembers your name? Who keeps your flame? Who tells your story? Who tells your story?
Okay, you want to be the person that tells their story. Now, real quick, I'm going to have to go through some advocacy tips. If you're meeting, introduce yourself, your connection to the cause. AFSP has some great issue briefs on almost anything. Contact me, contact Angela, contact Luma, and we can get you briefs that have that. We can get you the state fact sheet that shows Illinois suicide statistics. Try not to overload with a bunch of issues. Pick one that's really important to you, that you feel passionate about, and go for that issue. And make sure you offer our chapter as a resource on whether it's legislation that they may be considering or prevention, mental health. These are things that we want legislators, agencies, anyone to understand that we are a resource that they can tap into. And please, get from Angela, Luma, any chapter events that are coming up, and inform them, invite them to come. Meeting goals, you want to make sure that they understand suicide is a serious problem. Use whatever statistics we can give you. Suicide is like no other form of death. Use your experience. Talk about how it's how it affected you. Suicide is preventable. We want that to be understood. 90% of the people that died by suicide had a behavioral health issue. If we can treat that behavioral health, we can perhaps prevent that suicide. Screening, treatment, all these things work. And then make your request. Make sure you tell them what is it that you want. After your meeting, send a thank you. Share any dates of upcoming events. Again, offer to be a resource, and let us know. We need to find out what you've done. So AFSP's Action Center has a place to fill out information about what you've done. Again, if you find it difficult to do that, contact us and we'll make sure it gets done. And make sure you do self-care. Sometimes it's difficult to tell your story, to talk about this. So make sure you walk into that meeting, emotionally in the right place. Yeah. And, here's a little thing we had about, self-care for your mind, your body, your soul, surroundings. All these things are important. Just make sure that you take care of yourself. I really can't emphasize enough, become an advocate. Go to afsp.org, advocacy, become a field advocate. Once you register, we'll send you letters that you can then fill in, a couple sentences about details of your story. And then, off will go letters to the state, federal House members, senators about issues that we're pushing. We can do the same with the state. I've had AFSP put together letters for our state legislators also. But you got to become an advocate first. So I please urge you to do that. When you do that, you'll see all kinds of resources. If you go to the advocacy, you'll see webinars, briefs, bill tracking of individual bills, fact sheets. It's just a wealth of information to do advocacy. And finally, if you really want to be a good advocate, you got to be a year-round advocate. Send emails, engage in social media, make one-on-one visits to your local offices, attend town halls, community meetings, subscribe to the legislators' testify hearings. All these are important. So I kind of urge you to do that. And I've got one more video to show you just to kind of emphasize that. This is Stephanie Kifowit, representative in Illinois, and she talks about that exact issue.
What I think is more important is if you don't just call your legislator about this particular action item. Suicide prevention is very important. What I would like people to do is to create a relationship with your legislator, to create that dialogue, to volunteer, to get involved, to start an advisory council with your legislator, and to have that ongoing dialogue. Because to talk to a legislator once is good, but to have an ongoing dialogue with a legislator, to get to know the process and to work with them in the summertime and in the fall so that you can really be effective, I think is far more effective. And to understand and to really get to know your legislator is really important, just from an average citizenry position. So then you can tell your neighbors and your friends how the system works, and they can be active as well. So
Okay, so thank you very much, and I hope that you all become good advocates.
Great presentation, Steve. Thank you.
That was great. Awesome. Thank you, Steve.
Stop sharing my screen. Or have you done it?
No,
You're good. You're good. Yeah.
You're good. So if anyone has questions, they want to learn more about that advocacy portion, as Steve mentioned, you can go on our website and there's some details. If you just, our website has so much information on it. Really, if you watch this and you're unsure, go visit the website first. It has everything you need to know. It's generally easy to follow, and hopefully it will be useful for you. So once again, thank you, Steve.
Yeah, it was great.
I'll let you go. You did your portion.
Thanks for listening, everyone.
Alrighty.
All right, bye.
Okay, y'all. So, that was a lot. That was an hour-long presentation, but there was so much in that and a lot of valuable information. I hope that you learned something new today. I hope that you learned something new within that presentation. As we said earlier, we were going to talk a lot more in detail about 988, and Steve really covered everything. Once again, as well, this is being recorded. It will stay on our social channels. So if you can't catch it right now, but you want to rewatch later, you may be able, you can do so. Okay, the next thing that we're going to cover today.
We're in the final stretch of our.
We're in the final stretch. We have 2 more segments.
Screaming, yes.
I know. We have 2 more segments. The next one is about our walks, our community and campus walks, our fundraising effort, and then our biggest fundraiser, which is the Chicagoland Out of the Darkness Walk. Angela, do you want us to share the video now or after?
I think we can share the video now just to give everybody a little bit of a teaser about like what are the Out of the Darkness walks. I think that'd be, yeah.
So we have a really short, just quick 1-minute video. We're going to watch that really quick, and then we will be right back.
We walk because we care.
We walk to save lives.
We walk to fight suicide.
If suicide has touched your life in any way, please join us for an Out of the Darkness community walk.
Suicide is such a taboo topic in our society.
It can feel like you're the only person in the world that's going through this. The community walk shows you that you're not alone.
The healing of being with others and holding each other close was such a comfort to me.
I didn't feel like I was alone anymore, and that's why I've come back every year.
Everyone should come to an Out of the Darkness community walk.
Come and find support and find community.
Everybody's doing something to make a difference to prevent suicide.
Being here and seeing people openly talking about their loss and even the struggles that they've had themselves was really transformative.
It is a place of joy and honor, a way to celebrate loved ones.
Walk with us.
Walk with us.
I feel like I'm a part of something bigger than myself.
Join us.
There is hope.
Register today at afsp.org/walk.
Great. Yep. So that's kind of an overview of what the Out of the Darkness walks might look like in your area. Of course, each one is unique to its individual community, but we do have 17 walks here in Illinois. I believe the Illinois chapter has more walks than any other chapter. So you should certainly be able to find a walk near you, and you can find that at afsp.org/IL together. So again, we can throw that in the chat, but if you do visit that webpage, you should be able to find a walk that is near you. This weekend, we did kick off our walk season with 2 walks. We had our West Central Illinois walk, which is the Galesburg area, and our Madison County walk, which is kind of the Edwardsville, Troy area, just a little bit north of the St. Louis metro area. So we already have kicked it off, and looking forward to having 15 more walks, which the entire season will culminate this year with our Chicagoland Out of the Darkness walk, which, as Luma mentioned, is the largest Out of the Darkness walk in the country, and it's our largest fundraising event and our largest walk. These walks, I strongly encourage you to come. You know, a long time ago when these walks started, 20 years ago when these walks started, they were really put together by groups of survivors, people who had lost loved ones to suicide, as a way to find other survivors, because it was still not talked about. You know, people would say things like, there was an accident, you know, it was not openly talked about. And so survivors of suicide loss really had a hard time connecting with other survivors because it was still kind of just this quiet thing that nobody said. And so these walks, you know, offered this opportunity to get together and for people to see that they were not alone, and that there was hope, and that life does go on, and to hug and cry and know that, you know, they were doing something good to raise some money to hopefully prevent another family from having to go through the same type of tragedy. And I will say that we have grown and grown and grown at AFSP, and the walks now are still, the majority of people there are suicide loss survivors. I would say it's probably a 60-40 split from what I can tell. But that other 40% are people who have maybe struggled themselves, and now they have the courage to open up about it. Maybe they're supporting someone who struggles at home, or they have a friend that struggles and they want to do something proactive. They want to learn more. They want to come to this walk and be around other people and share stories and pick up resources, get a little education, and just feel that community of knowing that you're not alone. We also have a lot of teachers. We really have a lot of teachers who come, you know, maybe they've had someone in their class or in their school who has made an attempt or died by suicide, but often not. Often they're just on the forefront there, and they see that, you know, kids are going through and kind of the heightened rates of anxiety and depression that young people have been reporting. They're concerned. You know, they work with children every day. They work with college students. They want to learn more. You know, and then we also get a lot of mental health professionals at these walks as well. These are people, you know, as I said, that are really fighting this fight every day. They know how far we've come in this battle to stop suicide, and they want to be sure that we continue to do this. We continue to get the programming out there, and that we continue to reduce the stigma, that might surround it. So really the walks have become a big umbrella, a tent of people who come at it from different perspectives. One thing that's really, really nice at these walks is you can know instantly by looking around who shares a similar experience with you. And we achieve that through our honor beads, which are, it's a really nice program. Year over year, the feedback that we get back after our walks is this is the most popular. This is the thing that meant the most to people who came to the walks. It's the thing that they rate as one of the best experiences that they had there. And our honor bead program is simply, those Mardi Gras beads that you may have seen before, the colored plastic strings of beads. Well, at our walks, we have 10 colors that all represent a unique connection to the cause. And so when you attend an Out of the Darkness walk, you can check in and you can pick up the beads that correspond to your connection. So for example, a lot of people will pick up the blue. That's just general, I support the cause. Many people will pick up the purple, I've lost a friend or a relative, but it starts to get a little more specific after that. We have the white for loss of a child. We have orange for loss of a sibling. Red beads signify the loss of a spouse. And so what's really nice about these beads is you can pick it up and you can put it on and you don't have to say a word. Someone can look at you and you could be wearing the green beads. Green would mean I've struggled or I've made an attempt. And it's an instant connection with that person. And I'll just tell a brief story here since we have a little bit of time while we talk about the walks. So our former board chair, Kara Levinson, who has now stepped down from that role, she has been our board chair, had been our board chair for many years. She was visiting her daughter and attended an Out of the Darkness walk, I think in New Jersey, is what she had said. And decided to attend the Out of the Darkness walk there that was happening just because she happened to be in town, happened to be there. She's a huge supporter of AFSP. Went to the walk, signed herself in, got the white beads because Kara has lost her daughter, teenage daughter, to suicide. She noticed a woman who also had the white beads on, who just really seemed to be in a bad spot, really kind of hurting a lot and kind of looking around, not really sure, not really interacting with anybody. It didn't appear that she had come with a group of people. She looked to be alone. And yes, there is. We've got a comment in there that we'll put up on the screen in a second. I just saw a question come through. So, Kara is at this event and it's a very large event and she's trying to make her way. She's keeping an eye on this woman. She's trying to make her way towards her. She does, it's a large crowd. She doesn't quite ever get there. The beads ceremony happens. That's a place where you're invited to hold up your beads at a certain time during the opening ceremonies. And, she saw that the woman held her beads up and she finally, the woman was kind of looking around, caught this woman's eye, and they had a moment of eye-to-eye contact. And Kara just held up her beads and said mouthed to the woman, "Hi, Mom." And the woman, just her face, she smiled and she was just like, "Thank you." And, she, at that moment, another mom wearing white beads had noticed her across this crowd and had made eye contact and had said, "Hi, Mom." And Kara said she just saw this woman relax. And at that moment, that woman knew that she was in the right place, that she was among people who understood. And they didn't end up walking together. They didn't even end up talking. It was crowded, they got separated. But she knew that it made a difference for that woman to see her beads and to know that someone recognized her and recognized her loss and understood her journey. So if you'd like to pop that question up on the screen, if you have the ability here. So one of our viewers is asking, is there a color for veterans? And so the first responders and military are the silver beads, as you'll see there. And yes, those are the beads that people can put on if they either are, sometimes the people who are first responders or military will wear those. And it doubles in purpose that if you've lost a first responder or military active military or veteran. So yeah, when we go through those silver beads quite a lot, first responders and active military and veterans, as I'm sure you know, are among one of our higher rates of suicide. And so yes, we always have those out, and we definitely go through those at the walks. So just a little bit about, thank you for putting that graphic up there, just a little bit about the beads and how nice they are. And then you can take the beads and you can wear them at different events. If you go to an education event, if you come to one of our Survivor Day events, then you've got those beads and you can keep them year over year to kind of show your connection to the cause. So having said that, anything else that I can talk about the walks? You did show the graphic there about the Chicagoland walk. It's very easy to join a walk. I will just say we have no registration fee. We do not charge a registration fee to join one of our walks. We know that people can be in all different points in their personal lives, in their journeys, and with a lot of walks, it's a $40 registration fee, and then if you want to raise more money, that's fine. There's zero charge to join an Out of the Darkness walk. We just ask that you do raise money to the extent that you're able, and then as kind of a thank you gift, we give you our event shirt, the current year's event shirt, for anybody who manages to raise $150 or more. So having said that, there's always plenty of other swag for you to pick up. If you don't make that $150 level, don't worry about it. We almost always have previous year's shirts that we can sell, and they still are cool, and they still have the AFSP logo and are very attractive and show that you support the cause, plus a plethora of things, bracelets, buttons, lots of swag. So don't feel like you're under any pressure to raise that $150. It's just that's the level at which you get as a free gift the event shirt for that date. So having said that, oh, thank you. Here is the website, that IL Together that I had talked about, afsp.org/IL Together. You can see them listed in chronological order. You can scroll down, find the walk that's nearest to you, and join. So I hope that you will come to an Out of the Darkness walk.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's quite a few in here.
We still have 15 of them to go. We had 2 this weekend, but that leaves almost every other weekend up until October 21st for you to have a chance to come out to an Out of the Darkness walk. Just if you'd like to just check it out, it's no pressure. Here's our Chicagoland walk page. Thank you, Luma. Definitely.
Yep, Diana, who's our walk chair, special events manager, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Pictures. Yeah, do we want to, let me see. I was going to say, if you wanted to cover a register, what is it for the registration process? Because I know for some people it can be confusing.
Right. So if you just click on that register now, you can also just make a general donation. As you saw, that was the donate button next to it. So if you just, for whatever reason, don't feel like you want to register, you're not quite ready, but you'd like to make a donation to your local walk, so you can just log in, and it'll take you to the next step. And it's so easy. You can register as an individual, or you can start a team. And if you've already started a team, it'll probably populate your information from your last registration. But if not, you can just start from scratch, and you can name your team whatever you'd like. If you'd like to join a team, there'll be a drop-down menu of teams that have already been registered. And so you can find the team you're hoping to join. And you get a couple different options here for your type of event participant that you'd like to be. You can volunteer, you can participate, you can be a virtual participant too. And sometimes people just, they don't have one near them, or they're not ready to get out. So you can be a virtual participant, and this is exactly where you can register as an individual, you can join a team, or you can create a team. And the great thing is, if you register as an individual and you find a bunch of people are like, hey, I would like to walk with you, you can go back and change your registration and create a team. Like Luma registered, and it turns out she talked to her friends about it, and Luma's friends are super excited and they want to come walk. Luma can change her registration and call her team Luma's friends. And all of a sudden Luma's friends. So you can change your registration. You can join a team. If you accidentally didn't find your team the first time around, you can create a team after the fact. So lots of options there. You'll register. You can make a self-donation to get yourself a little bit closer to that 150. I always recommend putting a donation goal of 150, so you can at least get the shirt. And then it just asks you a few questions that are mostly optional. How did you find us? Have you had a loss? Where did you hear about the walks? Things like that. But with just a few simple clicks after that, you are actually registered for the walk, and you get your very own webpage. You get your very own participant page that you can just share the link. You can start a Facebook fundraiser. I will say it's actually quite easy to get to 150 if you just start a Facebook fundraiser. I find that in those first 24 hours after you share, you're going to have 4 to 5 friends that are going to say, sure, I'll give $25. And then boom, you are there. You've earned your shirt. So it's not as daunting as you would think. even if someone can just give $10, it certainly helps get you a little bit closer to that $150 shirt level. So,
how many participants were there last year?
In the Chicagoland Walk?
Yeah.
Yeah, we were at 4,000,
Wow.
well, about 4,500. At its peak before the pandemic, we had reached right around 7,000, which was a lot of people. But we're out at Montrose Harbor. It's a huge field. Path has plenty of room. The field has plenty of room. It's got room to grow. Would love to get back up to that 7,000 participant level again, and if not, higher. I mean, that field could probably hold 10 or 15,000. So let's all come out together.
And then you did mention it's for, I think, Chicagoland for Illinois. It's one of the biggest walks and fundraisers too. Do we have a goal that we're trying to meet this year in terms of
fundraising? So this year, and again, pre-pandemic, the Chicagoland Walk was the first Out of the Darkness walk to reach $1 million, which we were so very proud of. Of course, that took a little bit of a dent during the pandemic, but we are getting right back up to that $1 million mark. This year, the goal is 900,000. I feel confident we can make it, especially if everybody just registers and spreads the word and puts it out on Facebook. You'd be surprised. People really want to help this cause. So 900,000 is our goal, and we're hoping that we can make it. And then next year, we're just going to get right back up to that $1 million where we left off. And that just funds so much. It funds the research. So many of these research grants that we give are several $100,000 on the low end. I mean, that's a starter grant for a big research project would be $100,000. And so it's just so important. And it really helps to fund all that research. It helps to fund all the programming that we do, helps to fund all the advertising that we do. It helps to fund all those advocacy efforts like Steve just talked about. And people who are donors can feel, and people who are asking for donations can feel very, very good. We always get the 4 stars from Charity Navigator for being a nonprofit that it stays with our administrative costs at 20% or lower, which is really a hard thing to do. Some of your name brand nonprofits that you may know about, that you see all the time, do not reach that 80-20 split. We're committed to that. It's one of the reasons that, Luma and Diana and I are the only paid staff in Illinois. We're keeping those administrative costs down. We rely on volunteers like everybody who's presented here today, and like our next presenter who's coming up, actually. Our board are all volunteers. Our walk chairs are all volunteers, and many of our presenters are volunteers. So definitely reach out if you'd like to become a volunteer.
And reach out if you want to volunteer for the walk.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
All right. So if anybody has questions about the walk, about the registration process, about, I don't know, parking, getting there, whatever, let us know. Put it in the comments, and we'll figure out how to get you your answer.
Sure.
Thank you, Angela. It is now time for our next segment, and it's Seize the Awkward. It's our Seize the Awkward campaign. Once again, we have a speaker, Anne King, who will introduce herself in a little bit and talk about some of the Seize the Awkward videos. So we're planning on showing you 2 videos today. They're really short, not super long, on their campaigns that we've done with the Ad Council and the JET Foundation. Individually, these are available on YouTube to watch. So I'm going to bring myself back. I will bring Anne in. Hi, Anne. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Doing great. So if you could, just a brief introduction, and then when you're done, I'll show the first video. Do you want me to do them both one back to back, or do one and then the other one? What do you think?
We can do them back to back, and then
they're really short.
And then we can talk about them afterwards. So.
All right. So go ahead.
My name is Ann King, and I am on the AFSP board for the state of Illinois. I used to be a walk chairman, so I really love being out of the Darkness Walk. So I enjoyed listening to this last segment about the Chicagoland Walk. And And so also my occupation is I work as a 988 crisis counselor.
All right. Thank you, Anne, for sharing. I'm going to tee up the videos for us and we can start watching. Here we go.
Worried your friend's struggling but don't know how to reach out?
You could say how are you or get a fake tattoo. You can ask with an app if it works for you. You could write them a text or knit them a sweater. If you can't be together, you could write them a letter. Whatever gets you talking. Whatever gets you talking. You could chat on the game, kick off your flip-flops. You can ask on your couch while you binge watch. However you do it, you gotta ask a friend. And if they don't share, you can ask again. Whatever gets you talking. Whatever gets you talking.
There are a lot of ways to reach out to a friend about their mental health. Learn how you can help at seizetheawkward.org.
I don't know why you're so sad. You've got a roof over your head.
Bro, you gotta stop with that depression stuff. That's a white people thing.
Escúchame, en esta casa los hombres no lloran.
You alright?
It just feels like it's coming from everywhere.
Do you want to talk about it?
Thanks for hearing me out, bro. Appreciate it.
You can talk to me if you're feeling sad. Whenever you need to talk, I'm here, okay?
All right. I think those might have been a little quieter. The sound wasn't the best. But again, they're available on YouTube. If you search on the YouTube page for Seize the Awkward, you can find the videos there. We're highlighting 2 of our campaign videos today, but there are so many other videos. There's stories with celebrities sharing their lived experience. And again, there's countless videos. So I encourage you to take a look at them. But in the meantime, I'm going to let Anne talk a little bit more about them, what her reaction was when these videos came out, some history behind the type of messaging that's being used, and a couple of other things. So Anne, take it away.
Alrighty. The second video, it was so powerful the first time I saw that video. I really enjoyed how it's really what kids are hearing people say to them when they talk about their mental health or when they do cry. So having that open conversation and showing those conversations and what's going on and having someone reach out to them, it's just such an impactful video for our youth to be able to see. The first one, I think, I'm going to be honest, this is the first time I saw the first one. So, I really liked how snazzy and how it was in and out and really fun.
Yeah, I hadn't seen that one. Let me see. I started in December, right? I didn't see it until the announcement of this latest campaign, because that's when I went back to the YouTube page and started looking through all of them, and I realized that there was another one, so that was pretty cool.
Yeah, the second one, I have showed that a couple times at a couple different presentations, and I feel like almost like it just takes the breath out of everybody in the room of that just hit it. It hit what we're feeling, it hit what we're seeing, and how we can help communicate with those around us who are on that mental health journey.
Yeah, one thing that I found striking, and I know, Anne, you work sometimes with youth in 988 in your actual job. But as someone who struggled with depression and anxiety as a young adult, and now as a mother with a teenager who also was struggling, when I first watched that video, I cried because it was definitely impactful and it was recognizable. Like I remember, with laying down in the bed with my headphones on, feeling sad. I remember, my daughter being timid and quiet about wanting to talk about these things because she wasn't sure how to broach the subject, right? I don't know what sort of experiences you can relate there, but even within the work that you do with 988.
I hear often, just people are afraid to talk to their parents. They're afraid that they're going to get in trouble for saying, I need help. They're afraid to talk to their friends and being made fun of. And in just like you, myself as a mom, I've been on this journey with my own child. And, it's just, and there's also if you see something, say something, if you're seeing someone constantly, post on social media that very sad things that they're struggling, like reach out, be that person to seize that awkward moment and say, hey, I noticed, use those noticing skills, and I notice these things are going on. Like, I'm here for you. Let them know that you're there.
Yeah. One other thing that was really impactful for me, more so, and you'll notice I like this latest one more than the other
I
one.
really like it. Yeah.
Yes, but it's also culturally relevant.
Yes.
There is a section in the video, if you paid attention, where it's the dad talking in Spanish, and he's saying, "Men don't cry."
Mm-hmm.
I can relate to that because I have younger brothers, and I remember going through that with my parents, and that you have to man up, and that men don't cry, and that you have to tough it out, and you have to do this, and you have to do that. That cultural relevancy is also important, and I wonder how many times you've had to deal with youth or teens, or really anyone, who will explain to you, as they're struggling, well, I was told that I had to be this way. And so it's already really brave of them to even come out and mention anything.
Absolutely. I've heard so many young men say, I have to do well for my family. I want to make my family proud. I need to help my family. And so they're so afraid to say, I can't do this right now. I can't go to school full time and work full time. Like, I need to take care of me. And they're afraid. They're afraid that if they do that, they're going to let their family down.
Yeah, 100%. I can speak from my experience in being Mexican, being the oldest daughter, being an immigrant and a daughter of immigrants, that there's this, I don't know, impact in that you have to take care of your siblings because your parents are working all the time. Or you are I don't know what the correct term is, but adultified. You grow up fast because as the oldest child, you have to help take care of your siblings, you have to help take care of the house, you have to help take care of all of these things. And those are stresses that are just part of our, they're specific to me. That's how I relate to them, but they are still culturally relevant to a lot of people. And while that's not covered in the videos, I kind of think about just how teens struggle with these sort of themes as well.
I think so. And I work a lot with teens. And I used to work with them in a coaching aspect. And you would have kids who were not able to participate in extracurricular activities because they got to go home and take care of their siblings, or, do things at home. And so just that losing that connection with their peers is very difficult. And if someone doesn't understand, what is going on. And then that just adds that other layer, like, well, why can't you just come hang out with me, when they have that responsibility that they need to take care of at home.
The first video, really bright and colorful, but the key messaging here is about talking. It's a theme that we've mentioned throughout the stream today. Earlier, we had a real convo guide presentation I did in Spanish. We had Talk Saves Life presentation. We did It's Real. All of these, the main themes, practicing these conversations, talking about suicide and asking the question. How do you feel about that in the video, though? It's all right.
Sorry. Yeah, the puppies are acting up. I really like about having that actual conversation and reaching out. In our community here, we did have someone who had reached out to someone and had shared on social media that they were going to take their life, and nobody said anything and nobody did anything, and they ended up taking their life. So I always say, like, I'd rather have someone be mad at me and not talk to me for a while than for me to have to go to their funeral. So I just think really having that conversation, and if someone says something that seems a little off to you, reach out to them and say, hey, I am here for you. If you don't want to talk now, I'm here, and let them lead that conversation and just listen so non-judgmentally.
Yeah. Another theme I feel that's part of the videos, again, kind of going back to the second one, and also, again, I just really like the second one.
Me too.
Is you also see youth interacting with youth.
Yeah.
What has been your experience with that?
I love that because they can actually get someone to open up more, trust more. When I go in and I teach the It's Real for teens, obviously, like, if your friend opens up to you, you're not going to keep that secret. You're going to find a trusted adult that you can bring into that conversation. But if you can be that ear for that friend to get that dialogue going and help them find the help them find the bravery and the courage to be able to talk to someone about what they're going through, you're going to get them on that step to healing.
I can say I've shown and recommended that video also in It's Real presentations. I try to weave in the Seize the Awkward campaign because it's present for the high school version now. It's not present for the middle school version anymore. Just we talked earlier about some changes that were made, but telling youth to watch that and then connecting that with the fact that y'all should be talking to each other, that we don't keep secrets, that it's important to have these conversations. I often find their reaction sometimes are like, okay, as if someone tells me it's okay, then I feel more secure being able to do that on my own, or I feel empowered to be able to do that on my own. I don't know if you felt that same experience as well.
Yeah. I think, when we're doing these presentations with the kids, sometimes this might be their first time having conversations about suicide and mental health. And, if you just look at it as you're being a good friend, you're being a good support, and you're helping them get the mental health help that they need, just the same as they would get medical help for their physical health. If your friend was having a stomach ache, you'd run right to the nurse and give them that help. So if they need help with their mental health, let's do the same thing. Let's get them that help.
Yep, 100%. All right. Well, thank you, Anne.
Thank you. I'm glad I was able to join you guys.
Yes, please. Again, Anne is part of the AFSP Illinois board, has been a volunteer with us for years. And we hope that you enjoyed this segment, and we'll follow up in a second Thank you, Anne, again for being here. All right. Okay. Guess what?
We made it.
We're nearing the end.
We're nearing 5 hours of suicide prevention programming, all for you, all for everyone to enjoy.
All for everyone.
And learn from. And as Luma has said, it's being recorded and it will live on our website and on YouTube, and we will share the links on our social channels. So if you missed something, we'll certainly be able to get you a link where you can go back and rewatch the advocacy portion, or the Talk Saves Lives presentation I did, or whatever it is you may have missed or would like to share with someone else. So,
yep. So I think part of it, what we were doing or what we are doing today, is that suicide prevention work is important. That if you are struggling with anxiety, with depression, that you should try to reach out to someone, whether that's dialing 988, whether that's texting or calling your best friend, whether that's texting or calling your parent or a trusted adult, because sometimes parents are not trusted adults. I know for parents it's difficult for us to hear, but sometimes that's just not the case. And that, again, you are important and you are valued, and that you deserve to have the help that you need to get to a better place. And if you've lost someone, there are people out there who can help you and connect with you and help you find your way through everything that's going on. So with that said, Angela, what else are we missing?
Well, I guess I want to say, to me, the key message here for World Suicide Prevention Day, and why it has become, really such a visible event. Many organizations, make note of this day. Many organizations do things for National Suicide Prevention Week. Many organizations now do things to commemorate the entire month, September, as Suicide Prevention Month. And I think the key takeaway here, or what that I would like for people to get, is that everyone has a role to play in suicide prevention. Anyone can make a difference. And I'm hopeful that the content that we shared here today kind of shows that you don't have to be a mental health professional. You don't have to have all the answers. Really, you can take some very simple steps just to understand some risk factors, to be able to recognize some warning signs. Once you see those and you recognize them, then there's just a few simple steps you can take. You don't have to know all the answers. Can you listen? Can you stay with the person and keep them safe? And I think, there's been a real reticence and fear of getting involved. Like, I'm not a professional. I surely wouldn't be able to help somebody who's feeling suicidal or who's entering a mental health crisis. And I think really what this day and what this week emphasizes is we all have a role to play. And just by being a caring individual, by learning a few simple warning signs, a few simple risk factors, a few simple interventions, you can make a difference. And sometimes it's just that critical conversation can be the difference. Those 5 minutes that you spend with someone before you let them hang up the phone, all of those can just be critical, and it's things that we can all do. And so I hope it's empowering. I hope that World Suicide Prevention Day leaves people feeling empowered, knowing that this is a leading cause of death. It's a major global health issue, but it's something that we can do something about, and we all can do something about. So I hope that makes people feel empowered, feel like they've learned something, feel like they can make a difference. So
awesome. All right. So we will play the Talk Away the Dark PSA one more time before we go. And then that'll be it for us. So for those of you who have been watching, thank you for tuning in and being with us. I hope that this content is educational. I hope that you took something away from this. I hope that you rewatch this many, 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 many times. That's the point of us providing this in a space where it can be saved. Please share it with your friends, with your family, on your social media, even if it's just, hey, check out that this random lady on the internet did a real guide convo in Spanish. I want you to listen to it. Whatever parts of it that you found relevant, I hope you share those, and maybe we'll be back some other time with more content for you.
Sounds good. I would love to do it. Yeah.
All right then, everyone, enjoy the rest of your day and enjoy the Talk Away the Dark PSA one more time.
Thanks, Luma.
Pass the ketchup. Dad, are you okay?
Oh, yeah, just stressed out.
Oh, and the melody is sounding so much better. I can play it for you. Wait, where's your guitar?
I gave it to your cousin.
What? That guitar's like your favorite thing.
I don't need it anymore.
Oh, and I saw Henry today. Says he hasn't seen you around.
Huh.
Maybe you should give him a call.
I will. I will.
No, you won't. You said you go.
Have more fun with your friends.
I want you there.
I'm tired. Some days are just better than others.
I think you should go talk to someone.
It's not that easy.
Dad, I can tell that you're hurting, but we can't keep pretending like everything's fine.
I know. I'm sorry.
Have you been thinking about suicide? You can talk to me, Dad.
It's been a tough couple of months.